what a mess that is. Fucking Twitter post, man. Jesus Christ. Right, okay, so, that's all the alerts out here, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. I am your host, Continent, and today we're going to be flapjacking, even though several people have already made these jokes. And, well, you know, my contest is that several people didn't fucking play this and play it. Right, okay, so, let's pull the YouTube chat up here real quick. And get all that shit out of the way. Good, and we do have a DCS playlist to have. We didn't stop playing this track though because I had other things to do. However, I still have the playlist here full of effectively copyright or royalty free or illegal on all platforms music, and we can just have it as we putz around and test flight. Say no loud. That's quite a stable of mine. That's all you get over there. Robot as fuck. Oh. Right, that's probably pod fun. Give me a sec.
Here am I floating round my tin can, far above the moon. Am I good now? Good. I'm still not really telling you what shirts I wear because that's too much information. But immediately shot. Good. Okay, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, we're gonna be playing the Flapjack, and boy, have I been studying this very strange plane. And I've also been looking at my amazing YouTuber peers with hundreds of thousands of subscribers that seem to have only given the plane about 5 minutes inspection before calling it bad. Why are these people famous? Really? Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Anyway, right, okay, so she's gonna have some problems, but her major detractor is that, yeah, she doesn't turn very well with maintaining her energy. She bleeds all her energy, and she can't climb very well, which means that if you're a dum-dum in War Thunder, that means that plain shit. Go back and fly like a Yak 3U or something, right? Or go back to jets. Right? But, there is much more to find here, I assure you, and we're gonna find this out today. Right, okay, so we should be good to go here behind the curtain here. Right, good, okay, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. I am your host, Fontaman, and once again, we're playing the Flapjack, which is not released to normal fuckers like me or people with integrity. Which also encompasses me to an extent. So yeah, all of the cool YouTubers and content creators got their early access a couple of days ago for the Flapjack, and they have been flying it around, rushing to make their videos, and getting the rent paid. And boy, howdy, did they have not a whole lot to actually say of any value, because I have been unbeknownst to everyone, since Halloween, I have been skulking around in this thing in test flight and learning this very strange machine. And I have seen things. I have learned things about her. Very interesting things. Things that will fuck literally everyone up if you don't understand them. But that means, you have to actually pay attention and commit to the girl. But so, she's a very strange lover. That's what I'm gonna say about her. But I'm gonna fly her because why not? Look at this fucking thing! It's very funny. And I'm gonna teach you how to properly fly her, because I've got graphs. Well, not really graphs. I've got the machine that makes the graphs, and it can tell us live information without having to look at graphs. But I've looked at graphs! And they've told me very important things. That sure is an aircraft. Yes, this is the XF-5U, which, as you see, is, very strange looking. It's, what is known, or one of the, well, not necessarily one of the earliest examples, but a very early example of a lifting body aircraft before they thought to call it that. You might be thinking, where are the wings, Fonto? Well, it is a wing. The whole thing is a wing. It's kind of a flying wing or a delta wing aircraft in a sense. However, it's designed around the elimination of wingtip vortices, which are actually a tremendous source of drag on an aircraft. So it has no wingtips, or rather, it doesn't have any leading edges that aren't behind a propeller. So as you can see here, the the ailerons, whatever the hell you want to call this combination of aircraft, of mechanics back here, they're still behind a propeller. So basically everything on the aircraft is behind a propeller. And this means that she produces shockingly little drag, which means that, she can do very funny things at incredibly slow speeds. But, one of the major things that people are running into is the fact that, her horsepower isn't necessarily sufficient to regain energy when she yanks really hard and loses all of it. She kind of handles like a jet aircraft, but she's driven by propellers. And unfortunately, because of that, she doesn't have a lot of acceleration behind her at more than lower speeds, I found. I will explain this en route. I think this is the only plane where the propeller changes based on the skin. I actually haven't noticed that. That's one thing I haven't actually noticed. Hang on here. We don't have the yellow camouflage, but did the propeller... No, actually. Those are the same propellers. Interesting. Can it Tokyo drift with rocket pods? No, it does not have rocket pods. It only gets bombs, though that would be funny. But she does drift, though. Or rather, surfs. I will explain. But, oh boy, this is a very interesting aircraft. Unfortunately, it does look like, for some reason, my audio... No, okay, that's just the game is too low to actually hear. Right, okay, so, we're going to go into test flight, and we're going to see some things. Some magical things, and I'm going to explain some wonderful things to you about this aircraft that will hopefully help you fly it better when it comes out tomorrow, which is a lot more than most of the YouTubers that I have seen will, are doing for a whole lot of people. They're basically, they're playing the plane. They're saying, I can't fly it like any other plane, and so it's shit, basically. That's, in so many other words. But, this is not any other plane, so you gotta have to learn with it. But, right, so, we're gonna start on the airfield first, but we're gonna be hopping in and out of the same test flight, map over and over again. And, we're gonna do a lot of things. We're gonna teach you, where her happy zone is, what's her best climb rate, or rather climb angle, and, how to shoot the guns properly. As you can see, Fonto, what the fuck are you doing? That's 800, that's as far as the gun convergence will go in vertical target. What the fuck are you doing? Fonto, are you smoking crack? No, I'm smoking cigarettes. Just regular tobacco. But, what's going on here, Fonto? Magical things, I assure you. Magical things. But, so, right, so, I'm also wonder if the props, given their size, actually have weapon damage hitboxes. No, they don't, from what I've seen. She has a really odd problem with both of her engines going out at once, though. Even when only one propeller goes out if you strike it on the ground. It's very odd. Hello, Trash Cat. But, okay, so you've just gotten here. So now you're going to see some magical things. Ah! Fonto, what the hell is that? That is War Thunder Real-Time Assistant! In which you can view statistics about the aircraft that the game will not normally show you, even though it's using an API that is broadcasting information that is effectively public, and Gaijin won't ban you for that. Because why would War Thunder want you to play it right? Right? So, what we have here is, up here in red here, we have the pitch angle of the aircraft, the climb rate of the aircraft, the specific excess power of the aircraft, which is kind of complicated to explain, but I'm going to gloss over it very simply so you can understand it. The acceleration, currently, in meters a second, so up and down. The horsepower, the current horsepower of Engine 1 and Engine 2. The supercharger gear for Engine 1 and Engine 2. The altitude in feet and meters, and the indicated airspeed in knots and kilometers per hour for everyone who is just playing War Thunder to play War Thunder and doesn't care about, international standards of air travel. Right, okay. So, first question we have to ask, if we're pretending now is, if this is a live match. Fonto, what pitch should I take off at? Because this is like the most basic question when you're playing War Thunder right now. How high do I point the nose up? Well, I will tell you. It depends on what your intention is, and we'll get into that as I explain this, but where we're going initially, you want 27 degrees. So as we lift off of the runway at an incredibly low speed, you want to point the pitch of the aircraft at 27 degrees, which looks like this in-game because you don't actually get to know what your exact pitch is because the interface won't fucking tell you normally. Right, so we want to hold that. Now, that's not the optimal fastest climb rate that you could pull, but there's some caveats with going higher than this, and I will explain. So, 27 degrees will get you efficiently up to altitude, the fastest, up to about 18,000 feet. But there are some things to note along the way. Now, pausing here, you can see that our climb rate is, you know, as we accelerate, it's going to hit about 18 to 19 meters a second, which is about what she does. That's what she does in an off-the-deck climb at the start of a match. It's the best she can sustain. The specific engine power will actually line up with the climb rate, and that's a cue that, you know, looking at that, or the specific excess power, that's a cue that, while that's not climb rate or engine power, it's mathematically complicated to explain that simply, but typically speaking, that in a lot of cases, that if your specific excess power is higher than your climb rate, you can sustain, the aircraft could sustain a higher rate of climb at that speed. And if it's lower, if you have a higher climb rate than your specific excess power, that means it's likely the aircraft cannot sustain that rate of climb. Again, this is being very basic, and I'm not explaining what the hell specific excess power is on a mathematical level, but that's what I've understood. So, she will pull about 18 to 19 meters a second climb rate at her maximum off the deck optimally. That's what you get out of this plane, which is a J7W stock. That's what you are. So, if you're wondering, can this competitively get up to high altitude? No. No, it can't. It's rather mediocre. It's probably her biggest detractor aside from her energy retention problems with high-speed turns at all. Not just high-speed, turns at all. Right, so, she will climb more or less like the mediocre climbers at her BR. You can get the J7W up to 22 meters a second, I've found, by just kind of experimenting with it, you know, different aircraft using the same method that I'm using here. But you go about 18 meters a second. And that's the best you're getting, which means that at the start of a match, usually, you know, at my senses from basically a decade of playing War Thunder, you're going to hit about 12 to 15,000 feet by the time the fight starts. That's about where you were, or that's about where you are, or where you want to level off to gain speed to actually engage. So she's a middle altitude and low altitude fighter, or rather just, you know, stalking the low altitude kill ball, which presents a lot of problems because, as we all know, if you can't outclimb literally everyone at the start of the match, if you cannot outclimb literally everyone at the start of the match and be up in space before anyone else, you have a problem to deal with, and that's the people on the ceiling. The people on the ceiling have the easiest time starting to win the match. However, that doesn't mean you've guaranteed won the match, because you could go up to space, no one can be there, and all of your team dies on the deck. Did you win just by climbing everyone? No, you didn't. So, that's a problem, but it's also not as rosy for the people who can climb higher than you. You have to outplay them and kind of just create a situation where they become invalid or lose. So, that's very complicated, though, because as everyone knows, half the people who play this game, drop their bombs and crash into the ground, you know, with them when they're base bombing, because what's the point? Why does life matter? Right, okay, so, okay, my beautiful, terrible idea is starting a Chaos Gacha story with a literal child as the main character, so all the lack of impulse control desire to please their caretaker that comes with it. That is funny. That would be funny, because then you could, then the characters have to be responsible for the main character's lack of impulse control. You are God, and they just kind of have to deal with you. That's funny. I don't think, yeah, no, Dancing Fool, we haven't actually, that's like playing with a protagonist that's actually Gudako from Fate Grand Order. Like the stereotypical learning with FGO Gudako personality. We don't actually have that. Nobody's seriously written a story about that. Good idea. Pancake is lacking some horsepower. Yes, evidently. So, well, I was going to get to this, but, as you can see, she has 1,300 horsepower. It's coming to light that most sources, showcase this is wrong. It should be 1,600 horsepower. We'll see if Gaijin fucking fixes that, though. So, That will certainly help her in a lot of ways and will mean that my graphs are inaccurate. And also, my graphs intermittently disappeared for a second there. Interesting. Right, okay, so her having more horsepower will affect these numbers, and I will just have to look at all the fucking graphs again in order to figure out exactly what the optimal climb rate is. But assuming she stays exactly the way she is, this information will be accurate. If she gets more horsepower, it'll change things, though. So, okay, so we're climbing. We're at about 1,800 feet, which is about 500 meters. 560 meters. So, everything's going to stay the same stay the same it is right now until we hit about 7,000 feet. So we maintain climb. We're AFK climbing. I'm going up, and I'm checking Twitter, looking at anime titties. Maybe I'm getting up, go to the bathroom, getting a cup of coffee or something like that. We are climb warring now, motherfucker. We are winning the game basically by spending 2 minutes not playing it. Woo! Right. Okay, so this is where she sits, effectively, and she's gonna climb, and climb, and climb. But at about 7,400 feet, you're gonna start to notice a change. Okay, we're getting up there. She's weirder than the P-59, Kadyusha, but yeah, she has that same I'm slow, but don't fuck with me. Slow, but don't fuck with me. It's kind of like anime girl, no tits, mental problems. Okay, so we get up to 7,000 feet, and any moment now, right about there, her horsepower starts to drop, and it will keep dropping until it reaches about 1,200 horsepower, or you get to above 10,000 feet. This is because the first gear of the supercharger doesn't have thick enough air running through it to maintain its horsepower. So, she will continue to lose speed until the second gear of the supercharger kicks in, which will be at, again, 1,200 horsepower or 10,000 feet if you're doing a linear climb like this at the start of a game. That's about where you wind up. So, this means that if you want to play the plane optimally at its highest power, you do not want to go above 7,400 feet, which is roughly about 2,300 meters, as you can see here. So that's her low altitude ceiling. If you want to rest at her, her happy place at high power, that's where you want to stay and you don't want to go above it. However, that is in a lot of places suicidal, depending on the matches, and I know a lot of the things that I'm learning about this plane that I'm going to show you and I'm doing and I'm practicing with may not be practical depending on the engagement, because people will do things that I don't want them to, because you don't control other people who play War Thunder. You heaven forbid you'd win more matches that way if you could control your team to stop them from doing stupid. Right, okay, so we're going to learn some things here, and we're going to learn some things, of course, playing real matches, because that's when the real test is, but it's good to know exactly what the fuck the plane does. So, 7,000, roughly 7,500 feet, which is 2,300 meters, give or take, is where the first stage of the supercharger drops out and she starts to lose power. But, as I have found, even with this drop of power, and then thus drop of speed and climb rate, keeping her at 27 degrees will maintain enough airspeed to keep the climb rate as high as it's going to go as you lose power. You will still drop to 15, 14 meters a second, but that's what she'll do at any speed as she starts to lose horsepower. This will be affected if they give her 1,600 horsepower, which is apparently historical. So, that's going to change, but it's important to know that if they don't change, this is what you're dealing with. So, we're going to go up to 10,000 feet. As you can see, horsepower continues to drop as we gain altitude, which even if we stay at this altitude, it's still going to drop because the second stage of the supercharger won't kick in. So she'll just continue to drop until she hits 1200. And right about clunk there. At around 10,000 feet, like I said, and 1,200 horsepower, like I said, the second gear of the supercharger kicks in and she will stop losing power. This means that you want to be above 10,000 feet if you are going there at the start of the game, which it's probably going to be smart to do that because honestly, she's kind of a boom and zoom nightmare plane if you play her correctly and you get her guns on target, which I will show you about later. And that's what we're going to be doing for the vast majority of the stream, as I show you some other very funny things. We're going to, put the DCS playlist on, and we're going to shoot the training chike at, and we're just going to, that's going to be me continuing to train to, shoot people at over a kilometer away, which you can do. And a lot of the, one of the biggest tells that you could see with a lot of the YouTubers' gameplay is that they're holding fire until they're very close, and you don't have to. A very silly person taught me this, but we'll get into that later. So, we're at 10,000 feet. We're at 1,200 horsepower, and this is her high altitude, medium altitude, setting. The supercharger will continue to keep this going until about, it's going to be diminishing returns up from here, basically. So, as I have deduced, we're going to start to slow down, but 27 degrees will get you up to about 12,000 feet. The fastest before she starts to slow down too much for the climb to be efficient. If you want to go higher than that, you actually want to drop the pitch down from takeoff at 24. Because that will take you up to about 18,000 feet, and 21, somewhere between 21 and 23 will take you to 20,000 feet, but you're not fucking going up there. So, right about here, at about 12,000 feet, 3,700 meters, 3,800 meters, is about where you want to level off if you're just playing this plane normally, from what I can tell. This is what my amazing War Thunder, powers of observation are going to tell me, because this is where this is like climbing in low tier in, like, say, Martin, you're in the audience, like the Buffalo. This is about where the Buffalo winds up at high altitude, and you've got the people that are, that climb better than the Buffalo above you, and you're never going to fucking catch them, and if you catch them, you're going to be up there with no speed, and they're going to be accelerating for like several minutes before they reach you. Bad idea to go anywhere near that. So, this is about where she sits. So, right about here, you want to level off, you want to gain speed, and you're playing the game now. So, this is about it. That's her optimal climb for brain off optimal takeoff procedure. That's it. If you want to go to lower altitude, you can, but you don't want to go above 7,400 feet so you don't trip the supercharger, or the supercharger doesn't start to suffocate, right? So you keep your maximum engine power, and she'll start to regain energy as she keeps level, which is another fucking strange thing. That a lot of planes that lose horsepower will regain it at higher altitude if you just kind of fly straight, and you kind of want to keep it dead straight so it pitch zero, and so she starts to regaining horsepower like that, which I didn't know, but there's no way to know that because War Thunder won't fucking show you this shit normally. So, she will actually start to regain horsepower as you keep the nose pointed directly forward. I'm not exactly sure why the fuck that happens. I don't think it's airspeed, but she starts to regain horsepower and the engine starts to stabilize a little bit more. And then, before you know it, you're up at about 1,300 horsepower again, which is about where you were supposed to be. And so, about here, you're gonna be looking. You're crossing into the center of the map. You're looking, at where people went high and low. You're making your plans, and you're playing the game. So, again, that's your brain off optimal climb rate, or optimal climb rate procedure. You're never going to catch them. Yes. Sometimes if they're stupid, though, Martin, you will catch them if they're higher than you. But that's brain off, optimal takeoff procedure. But what else is there, Fonto? Oh, there's many things. But additionally, we're gonna restart, and we're gonna do this again, but shorter. Her flight model is just messed up, is the general consensus. No, I think she's very funny, and I think it's intentional. But I've learned things, many things. I have seen things. She has showed me things. Very strange things, and for some reason I am reminded of the anime Eureka 7. Because we're surfing, bitch. Pull out the fucking Beach Boys, because we're fucking surfing safari now, motherfucker. But, okay, so at low altitude, if you're not going above 10,000 feet, if you want to keep her on the deck and you want to, I don't know, hunt the attackers at low altitude, what do you do, Fonto? What's the best climb rate then, if you're not going above 7,000 feet? 33 degrees. So, you pull her up to 33 degrees, which is hilarious for a plane, but she has a lot of power at the lower end of her speed curve, which means that she's just kind of fucking, the lower end of her acceleration phase, she just kind of fucking starts cranking really fucking hard, and she'll get more climb rate and more specific engine power at that slower speed. But, of course, if you want to maintain speed, you don't want to climb this steep. But that's, you know, that's specific. That's like, say, like, oh, well, there's guys near my airfield at the midpoint of the match. You don't want to do this if you're under threat, because you're going to be going the slowest. But if you want to get to, you know, her low-altitude flight ceiling as fast as possible, you climb at this angle. You're going to sacrifice speed, but you're going to get to that climb, you're going to get to that target altitude faster like that. Which is very weird to consider, but what do you mean? If I'm looking up, and I'm accelerating, shouldn't I get to my desired point faster? No, because you need, like, way more acceleration than pitch. And if you have higher pitch, but low acceleration, you will beat lower pitch, but more acceleration. Up to a point. You need to accelerate a lot. Which is also why trying to optimize climb rate, like, say, you start at 33 degrees and you drop down to 27, doesn't work. Because you need time to accelerate, and also by moving the aircraft around, you induce drag as the aircraft moves around. So you slow down more, and you need to accelerate up to the point where your climb rate stabilizes at its level, you know, it's at its optimal level for that pitch, and you just lose time. You just slow down. You don't win. So linear climb rates are the best because you just you just stabilize the aircraft at where you're going. The speed that you gain at lower pitches, you will hold up to higher altitude, which will keep her going through her supercharger phase. Because at 33 degrees, she slows down too much, and she's actually slower to 12,000 feet than 27 degrees. Because she loses power, and she doesn't have enough speed to keep herself effectively airborne at 33 degrees pitch. But at 27, she does. So she'll keep going even if she slows down, but she'll stay aerodynamically stable enough to keep going at a, you know, a fine pace. So this is where the diminishing turns hit. This is where the, yeah, again, I looked at a bunch of fucking graphs and I learned all this shit. I've been here for 2 weeks. Right, okay, so we go up and we level off somewhere around 6,000 feet, and this is marginally faster than 27 degrees. Again, if you are going no higher than 7,000 feet. Which, again, for the people who are aeronautically challenged and don't use feet for altitude, I'm a strange person. I use knots and feet, and sometimes I use meters a second for acceleration, and then also still feet. I am a bizarre human being, but I am flying a very bizarre plane, so maybe I found my happy place now. After so much time searching. So, you want to level off about there, which is about 2,000 meters. Hey, that's easy to remember. Oh, hey, 2018. That's when I stopped streaming. That's when I started streaming. Hey! Right, okay. So, that's about where she wants if you want to go here. And then you just accelerate, as we did at 12,000 feet, you go forward, and you're reasonably high here. Like, if anybody's down there on the deck trying to shoot at ground targets or shoot at, you know, the people shooting at ground targets or looking to do that, this is where you're fighting. This is your ceiling for that. And she maintains constant high power, and you're good. You're playing the game now. and you'll accelerate, you'll have high speed, and then you do what you want to do at this altitude. But you don't want to go higher than this because then you'll trip the supercharger problem, and you'll be less efficient at accelerating, and then if you're less efficient at accelerating, you will be worse at energy retention, which is her major problem, which is, like, the only thing the shills are talking about, because that's the only they'll go on for 10 to 15 minutes talking just about how she's bad at energy retention, and so plain bad. For 10 to 15 minutes. These people get paid for this. Right, so that's for her takeoff procedures. So again, you want 27 degrees pitch if you're going to about where she's optimal in a game, about 12,000, 15,000 feet. And then you want 33 degrees if you are going for her optimal low altitude, like, flight ceiling. You could go higher, but it's going to take fucking forever, and you're not going to outclimb anybody. And if you want to go to 20,000 feet, optimally it's 23, 21 degrees pitch. That'll save enough speed going through her supercharger, shifts to get you up there efficiently, and even past that, 27 degrees pitch at about 18,000 starts to fall off because she doesn't have enough speed in her to stay aerodynamically stable. The same thing that happens to 33 degrees at 12,000 feet happens to 27 at 18,000 feet. So you'll start to slow down. The aircraft will basically stall effectively, but this plane doesn't really stall normally. So she'll slow down, and she won't be able to maintain the climb properly, and 27 or 23 or 21 degrees will keep her stable up there.
Wowie.
Right. Thank you, Trader. Welcome back. Thank you for resubscribing. So if you want to go to 20,000 feet, for whatever reason you want to do that, 23 degrees, 21 degrees, you'll maintain enough speed to keep the aircraft aerodynamically stable to meet that climb at an efficient rate of time, which is the Climb War perfected! And Kadusha, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the show, sir. But, again, Climb War! Woo! I went up at an efficient and timely rate! Fear me! Except not in this plane, because it's not, like, the planes at this BR can pull, like, excess of 30 meters a second altitude, climb rate, and you're not beating them, you never will. So, like, a Spitfire, like, Mark 9 LF or the Yak 3U will beat you every single time to altitude, and you just cannot win that fight. What you have to do is you have to fuck those people over by creating a situation below them that invalidates their high altitude, or hope they're really fucking stupid, because they could do things like, oh, pancake, I want to shoot pancake, 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 oh, I'm compressing. Whoop, wing snap. Hype train?
And yes, I am still subbed here.
My goodness, a hype train. Man, this has been a bus town on Twitch for fucking forever. We a train? Dancing Fool, thank you for resubscribing though. But hey, no, the railroad built another town further down. We don't see no traffic down here. This is an event. Or go down to the saloon and have a drink. Right, okay, so that's for climb rate. That's all you have to remember, because Climb War is how do I get to X altitude in lowest amount of time. And that's it. You can use War Thunder Real-Time Assistant, or as it is abbreviated, WTRTI. I don't know why it's I instead of A, but I guess it's Real-Time Interface? I'm not sure. But WTRTI is the abbreviation, and this is what people use to seriously analyze aircraft in War Thunder. It's not a cheat. You can play this in public. You can play with this interface in public matches, and it's not going to get you banned, or it shouldn't. I don't think anybody's been banned for it before. War Thunder, or Gaijin has stated that the API that it uses is totally fine for people to see and utilize, but I don't understand why all of this interface, like these options, War Thunder's isn't War Thunder an aircraft simulation game? Why aren't all of these options like tick boxes in the options menu? Why if this is public information and it's fine that I see it, why can't I see it normally? All right, War Thunder's a bad game! Oh, silly me! I forgot the most intrinsic, simplest quality about War Thunder. It's a bad game run by bad people. Right, okay, so that's Climb War. That's what you're looking at. If you want to stay low, 33. If you want to go higher to her optimal altitude, 27. If you want to go to space, no matter how long it takes, 23, 21. Now on to the other funny stuff, which is the unique things about the aircraft. Right, so, well, actually, well, we'll restart, but we could just take off. Right, okay, so, now we're gonna get into the mysteries and majesty of flying a surfboard. You think I'm fucking with you. I'm not fucking with you. Right, okay, so we're gonna get up. We're gonna go up to our optimal low altitude, okay, at 33 degrees. And we're gonna climb, and then we're gonna do some things, but that man's dead. That man is so dead. We'll get to him in a moment, though. Well, I'm gonna pull a train on the losers not flying the base Flapjack. A lot of people are gonna fuck this plane up, and I will show you why they will fuck this plane up. So a lot of people will see this plane as incredibly mediocre, but I understand her. Because I have committed. I'm a caring husband. And I will take care of her as much as I possibly can. She might get me killed. Right, okay. So, that's about high enough. Okay. So, now we're gonna get into trapper particles, ladies and gentlemen, or otherwise known as the very strange aerodynamic qualities of this plane. She likes to gain altitude in ways you wouldn't expect. And this is very important. And yes, the Flapjack is a base jabber. Yeah, you know what? The funny thing is the shape of this aircraft is so stereotypical. Like, it's so generalized that I would actually use a model replacement that turns her into a base jabber. And that would be fucking rad. Like, the silhouette of the aircraft doesn't really matter. So if you aim at the center mass of the aircraft, you won't miss it if you change the model. So her damage model can remain the same, but you could just make her a base jabber, and you won't notice a difference. So you would actually probably do that, and I'd probably use that mod. Okay, so. What did I mean by surfing? Well, I'll show you. Okay, so let's stabilize here at this altitude. We'll gain some speed here until we're sitting stable, because we're losing climb rate because the aircraft wants to go down because we're not fast enough to maintain lift. Right, okay. So we need to get up to a fairly high speed here, about 240 is where she actually sits normally, optimally through maneuvers if you're playing her carefully. Right, okay, so as you can see here, our the the glide slope here is below the crosshair, and the crosshair is the pitch, and the glide slope is where the plane is going. So we want to get that about, we want to get right about there. That's about level, and she's about 250 knots, which is about 470, 403/4 kilometers an hour. Just to confuse the ever-living shit out of basically everyone, but you could see the gauges. Right, okay. Now watch what happens when I yaw the plane. Keep an eye on climb rate and altitude. Right click there for a second. Oops. Negligent discharge. But so, hey guys, I didn't increase pitch, but, I'm climbing at 15 meters a second? What? Is this a bug? No. This is, if the aircraft doesn't get fixed on, like, tomorrow, if they don't magically release a patch, that gives her 1,600 horsepower to remove this, no, this is how the aircraft functions. So, she goes up. Flapjack go up. Maybe it'll do a flip up there if it feels like it. So, this is very important to understand this aircraft, and I don't think a lot of the shills played the aircraft long enough to notice that she does this. Or she did this and they didn't really pay attention to it, and they just kept trying to fly her like a normal plane, and no, that's a bad idea. It's a lifting body aircraft. Of course it's going to do that. Yes, but you wouldn't expect a prop plane to do that. But some very funny things happen. Some very funny things funny things happen when you're trying to do this. So, the problem here is that if you're trying to angle a deflection shot on a guy who's moving across the screen, either left or right, and you yaw the plane's gonna want to go up. But that means the point of aim to hit the target is gonna go down. And if you're not prepared for this and you try to compensate just like any other plane, you're not gonna fucking hit the guy! So you need to understand that the plane does this. And the best thing about, like the best way of treating this is just don't fight the plane. A lot of this is just, in a really funny way, just taking your hands off of the wheel and saying, I trust you, honey. That's kind of the best way to play this plane. But you have to understand what the hell she's doing first in order to do that properly. So, you can compensate for that, because if you don't elevate the shot, if you yaw the plane elevates the shot for you, right? Because it's still going up, it's just that it's not going up as much as you would do normally, right? That's how you kind of play with this plane when she does very weird things. You just kind of let her do the weird things, and you try to work with it, or rather, you just let things happen. It's very complicated. It's a very interesting, somewhat clumsy game of give and take, right? Aerodynamic aim assist, or aim handicap. Right, so she does that. But there's some things you might want to know about it when it does that sort of thing. But okay, so we're to stabilize here. And that's another thing I should point out. This quality doesn't happen on full real controls for some reason, which may, in fact, mean that it's a bug, or it's the instructor doing something that causes the aircraft to do this. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see if she gets patched. I hope that stays this way, though, because it's very interesting. But so, why this happens has something to do with how aerodynamic lift is modeled in War Thunder, which I don't think anybody fucking knows about, but it seems to be affected by turbulent, like, dirty air that doesn't produce enough lift. So if you rapidly, for example, we go over here, and then we gain, like, 17 meters of climb rate, and then we go back over here, not as much. Or she starts to slow down a little bit, and it starts to really negatively affect the aircraft's speed, as you can see by the acceleration dropping. There's a bit of a lag time between you being able to do this, and I think it's the plane aerodynamically stabling in whatever fucking lift model War Thunder has. Which fucking nobody knows about. That's the realm of God. So, I don't quite know all about this. This is going to be a lot of just playing the plane really determinedly in order to understand her, and you may never figure out how to do this stuff. But I've noticed something. I've noticed something very interesting. I'm gonna show you something real quick here. We're gonna drop down to about 1,000 feet, just so you can clearly see this. Now I might fuck this up because it's entirely unfeeling, but we're gonna drop down to about yeah, we're gonna be like 8,000, 800 feet. Right, we want to be below 1,000. Okay, so we're gonna throttle up. Okay, we're about 240, which is where she kind of sits level. Unfortunately, though, you can see that the horsepower is dropping, but that means that's because I turned the engine off, so. There we are. Right, okay, so. By the way, she can just sit on WEP forever. She will eventually overheat, but it takes like 20 minutes, so you're never gonna, in the confines of a War Thunder match, you're never gonna overheat this plane. So, we're at about 900, 800 feet, and we're going about 246 knots, right? Which is about 455 kilometers an hour. Remember that. Just hold on to those numbers. I fucked that up there. There's a method to this, though. That was wrong, because I instinctively hit Q, and you don't want to fucking do that. You do not want to pull full AoA on this plane, but try it again. Because what I'm trying to show you is that she surfs, and if you can master this movement of cresting a wave and going back down again, you can wind up facing the other direction at about the same speed and about the same altitude. It's just that it's entirely a feeling thing. I have not mastered it, but the plane will do that. And this is a kind of a sluggish maneuver, so I'm not exactly sure if it's going to be practical in Air RB all of the time, but it's helpful to know that the plane can do these things. So you want to go there, and then you want to point the nose down as fast as possible. And that's much better. See, we still dropped altitude because I was slow pulling up out of it, because I'm not really sure how to pull this maneuver off effectively, but I'm working on it. But you can see that she'll maintain energy like that in a really weird way, because she's gaining bonus altitude when she does this adverse climb thing. And bonus altitude is bonus energy. You're not really working for it, but you're being given it. And so at the end of the maneuver, when you want to regain speed after the turn, if you just expend the bonus energy immediately, you will regain speed, and you will probably drop down to an altitude to where you wanted to be anyway, because you didn't want to go up. The plane went up on its own. I didn't intend to really turn there, but I have found that pitching the aircraft up first before you begin the yaw over to turn helps boost the climb rate a bit. It's probably down to how the lift model works, or whatever the fuck determines aerodynamic qualities in War Thunder, because that seems to help kick the aircraft up there and keep it up there as the yaw boosts that climb rate. So you get a higher climb rate as you begin the first part of that maneuver. It's very weird, but I believe you can utilize this to maintain energy better in turns. I don't know how viable this is going to be in real matches because I haven't been playing them, but the people who are playing them right now didn't look at the plane close enough to actually learn any of this shit. So they wouldn't know that unless they are watching the stream right now and then go try real quick. But they didn't really seem to give the plane enough of a time a day in order to learn this shit. So I'm not sure how accurate their gameplay is going to be versus what I'm trying to do here. So the only answer is we're going to walk into this tomorrow morning and we're going to play the shit out of the plane and we're going to see some funny things. Basically, turning your lift from your lifting body into speed. Effectively, yes, more. That is what you're doing, and it's surfing. That's what it does. Of course it fucking does. It's shaped like a surfboard. Most people would say it's shaped like a guitar pick, but it's a surfboard. Hang 10, motherfucker. But, since we're flying, it's more like Eureka said, we're fucking, call this thing goddamn Nirvash, because we're surfing trapper particles, motherfucker. I can't make the contrails green, though. That'd be pretty cash. But, man, what a time to remember a kind of strange anime from 20 years ago. I like mecha anime, so you know what? Yeah, hey, it's a story about how a young boy gets a giant robot and a cute girl. Yeah, I'm here for this. It's kind of weird with the sentient hurricanes thing, but I'm here for this. But yes, also the other meme is it's a base jabber, which again, if someone wants to replace this with a model for a fucking base jabber, do it. Fucking do it right now. I will promote that and use it. You can make your air smoke rate. Yes, I can! Kadusha, you're a fucking genius. However, that might make it be a little harder to see. Or a little easier to see, and that might cause some problems. But yes, actually, I have it set to green right now. Perhaps it was fate. But, so, she surfs like that. And even if you don't do the whole full turn, like if you want to do it slower, you can get that climb rate up to a pretty ridiculous level, but it'll start to drop and the acceleration starts to drop too, so you're not really climbing efficiently and you're still losing speed. But if you're very gentle on the stick, which, from my time in DCS, I have learned that you are supposed to be very gentle on the stick all of the fucking time. You're not supposed to yank anything in any plane for any reason. But War Thunder is a silly playing game where people play like morons and suicidal idiots. So we're used to just like, hey, I have a button that says maximum pitch up. Pitch up! Pitch! that doesn't really work that well in this plane, even though she has that good instantaneous turn response. But she's like a Delta Wing aircraft. She's like a MiG-21. She'll have that instantaneous response, and then she'll immediately slow down like a brick. My NY, you're in a Flapjack. You're gonna see. Yes, I will. But we'll figure that out as we play tomorrow. Right? Maybe we can play. Maybe we can get away with playing that silly. But so as I heard one particular YouTuber say, don't take this plane too seriously and don't try to be hyper competitive in it. Just enjoy it. That person has no idea who the fuck they're dealing with. Right, so this all is very strange and very weird, and I encourage you to start practicing with this and then, get War Thunder real-time assistance so you can see the climb rate and, the acceleration and things like that to understand how to surf, man. You sit on the beach with me and surf, bro. Man, just ride the waves, man. Just feel it, man. Let Mother Nature take the stick and just let it flap your jack. Man, it's all good, man. Peace and harmony, man. Also helps that Eureka 7 is basically about surfer culture under all of the mecha anime and the futurism bullshit. So, yeah, welcome to Gecko State, motherfucker. Right, so, now we're going to move on to gunnery practice, and that's what we're going to be doing for the rest of the stream. So save the first hour of this stream, I suppose, if you want to learn very interesting things about this plane. But, so, now we're going to move on to gunnery practice and how we can compensate for the very, very strange guns. So, we're going to restart once again. Yes, Mother Nature flaps your jack, and you flap her jack back. That's kind of weird, though. But no, it's all love, man. Honest, peaceful love, man. Right, okay. So, now we get into the wondrous problem of gun. Which, as you have seen, the plane likes to go up as you yaw to, aim for a deflection shot, which can make shooting at longer ranges kind of problematic, right? You can work with this, but there's also a couple of other problems with the guns that we need to address. They don't really seem... They seem odd, which is a lot of comments that I've seen. Like, it seems the general consensus is that the guns feel odd, and I think a lot of the shills just haven't noticed she yaws in a turn, and that's probably what's fucking with them, that their shots don't go where they expect on an instinctual level. But I think the guns are mounted too low, and it's causing some issues with actually aiming properly. So, I have turned the convergence up to 800 meters with vertical targeting, which means the guns are being elevated up to 800 meters. And actually, I think this is optimal. Yes, I know. I've been here for basically 12 years, and this is the first time I am seriously using and recommending using vertical targeting on fucking anything. What a moment, right? Right, so, here is our friend the training Chaika. Got Coop, sir, you have been memed on, sir. Welcome to the show, though. Right. So, the graphs are over now. So, we're gonna level off here, and we're going to follow the training Chaika, and... yeah, this is what I've been doing for 2 weeks. I've been doing this to learn the guns and understand how they work, in addition to looking at a shitload of graphs. And by the way, by posting the graphs on my Twitter profile, I have lost followers. Post a graph to scare your followers. Which, is extra funny because, I have lost more followers posting graphs of how this aircraft functions than I have retweeting porn. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Really activates the almonds, doesn't it? I could retweet porn and lose less followers, but graphs, whoa! No, man, you can't post graphs on main. Whoa, man, I can't open that in public. Whoa! Unfollowed. So, what are we doing here? Well, we're going to catch up to the Chaika, and we're going to go to about 800 meters. And we're going to repeat this process several times, so don't worry about it. Make it green. Actually, you know what I should do? Options, because I have it on single smoke. What's the common battle setting? What is it? Air battle. All right, okay. Air battle settings. It is where is the aerobatic smoke settings? Other settings? Customize. Okay, cockpit alerts. I'm looking for the green. Where? It's not in grab. Battle interface. Colors. Measurement units. Player markers. Where is it? Customization of vehicle? No, where is it? Does anyone know where it is? Because I've actually forgotten where the fuck it is. Because, of course, they have fucked with everything, so, why would anything remain where I expected it to be? No. No. Well, it's not there, obviously. Okay. No. No. If it be no, it wouldn't be there. Player markers. Where the fuck is aerobatic smoke? Of all the things to lose in the interface. Okay, ground battle, no. Helicopter battle, no, obviously not. Air battle setting, yeah, it would be in here, but where the fuck is it? Okay, CUD color. RWR sensitivity. It's pronounced got co-op. Ah, right. It's the ultra-reclusive Ironclad who likes Foxhole too much. Oh! Iron! Well, welcome back, sir. Okay, so where the fuck is... Okay, well, I'll solve that later. You should see if you can find it. But moving on with our lesson. That would be funny, though, so I'll just... I have it set to single trail in green. I will set it to double and, you know, just have it at that, because that's funny. But I forgot where the fuck it is. Alright, so he's probably gonna turn before we get out there, but... Okay, so we're closing in. Okay, hopefully he doesn't turn before we get to where I wanted to go, but we can shoot. I can kill him now if I wanted to, but we'll get to that. We'll do this in stages. Right, okay, so... about 800 meters. Right, okay, so... we're at about 800 meters. The guns are set to converge vertically and, you know, horizontally at 800 meters. Meaning that if I point the crosshair at the man now, the shots will go directly into his, well, his ass here. A lot of things affect this, but it's good to know that within 800 meters, if I'm looking straight at the guy, the shots are gonna go directly where I'm pointing, right? That's not our maximum engagement range, though. So we have a solid reference point, and it's good to find that if you're learning the guns, which is another thing our wonderful YouTuber friends aren't doing because they're not seriously committing to playing the aircraft. They haven't really learned how to adjust the guns, and I've seen people, like, how to adjust the guns and actually what the guns can do, which takes a lot of time, and it's very specific to each aircraft that you play, because they change where the guns are, what caliber and ballistics the ammunition is, and all these things. They affect every single aircraft in this game is effectively unique in this regard. But, so, one of the biggest marks that they haven't actually played the plane is they're not confident in the guns. Because you really need to learn that in this game. And, why would that be important in the Flapjack? Well, aside from it being just generally important to performance, you see, guys, the Flapjack has a problem with energy retention in a turn, right? So turning is very costly for the aircraft, right? Right? That's very bad. It's what the things that people ramble on for 10 to 15 minutes about how bad it is, right? All of those amazing shill exclusives, right? Winning in the YouTube search results, though, so gotta pay the rent. Just get out there with the most basic information you can possibly get. Right, so she has a problem turning. But, you know, if you're confident with the guns enough to hit people at 1.2 kilometers, you don't have to turn, do you? If you make one pass at the guy and kill him at over a click, you ain't gotta turn, do ya? That's some very blatant foreshadowing, boss. I will say that I am not perfect. However, I have done things. Amazing things. And I have a very special person to thank for that. But we'll get to that. Okay, so the training Chaika has respawned. So we're gonna go back over there. And one of the things that I'm still learning is head-ons, but that's because some very weird things that... Okay, a light bulb went off in my head, but it's also part of some of the weirder ballistics of this, of this plane. It's not the guns, it's also the plane, but we'll explain this in stages. I agree with your opinion, and people need to get good. Yes! Yes, that's exactly what it is. Skill issue. Oh my god! The plane loses so much energy in a turn, it's so not meta. Giga Chad face. Nah, man, just shoot him in the first pass. But that's not reliable. Yes, it is. Get good. It doesn't quite work like that, but a lot of problems can be solved by you just being very good at, you know, negotiating the plane and its very strange qualities. Hang 10, motherfucker! Now, am I gonna be able to take a turn that slow in RB? Probably not, but if you negotiate with the plane, you will be able to do some funny things that you can't do in any other aircraft, especially if it remains like this and this is not some kind of bug. So we're gonna slow down. Which, actually, that's probably its air brake maneuver. It doesn't have one, but that's probably, like, holding Q and just spiraling the plane around is actually probably the fastest way of slowing down. Okay, so, we're gonna regain speed here, but he's farther than 800 meters, right? Right? Right about there? Right? Huh! That's interesting! That's 1.1 clicks and the shots are basically straight. Wait a minute! Huh! So, ladies and gentlemen, if you sit here shooting at the training Chaika and learning how your gun convergence and elevation works, and also the ballistics of the rounds that you are using, of the specific caliber, you will learn amazing things, such as the late war 50 belts will go out straight for about 400 meters over your convergence. So if you set it at 800 and vertically converge at 800, the shots will remain mostly straight out to about 1.2 kilometers. So, the bombers are fucking dead. Bombers are fucking dead. Because that's a Chaika. Now imagine if I'm shooting, like, at a Schnell bomber, who's like 4 times as large. That's not all, ladies and gentlemen, but this is just straight on accuracy. What about a turn, Fonto? We'll get to that. But, so, the 50 cals will hold about the elevation that you give them at about 800 out to about 1.2 kilometers. And knowing this is the first step to being confident with your guns. And you have to learn this with every aircraft in the game in order to be truly proficient with it. You can do that. However, there are limits, though. So, we're gonna go back again, and we're gonna do some other funny things. Because now, we're gonna see the actual maximum effective range of the 50 cals. If you get your aim right. Right? I don't care if it's not historical. That thing needs the F-82 gun pod. That'd be hilarious. Actually, No, her bomb racks are underneath the center of the plane, so that would be interesting. However, some people are surmising that the 20mm equipped variant will be an event vehicle or something later on down the line, maybe a squadron vehicle. If it's a pack premium, I'll buy it. But the 20 mils are going to have different ballistics, so it might not be as good. So we'll see about that. Yeah, put the box of angry bees on it. Yes, they have, but we'll see what Gaijin wants to do with that. Okay, so we're going to come back, surf on the wave. And I'm really trying to master that. It's basically about pulling maneuvers that decelerate the plane the slowest and accelerate it fastest at the second stage. So, just gonna stop again, because I'm actually going too fast after that turn. I actually maintained 200 knots in that turn, which, isn't the energy retention really bad in this plane, though? Isn't it so bad if you turn? Not if you're, gentle with it, obviously, but of course, it's not going to be practical all the time with people coming in from different angles at different speeds, and especially with multiple people trying to kill you at once. But so you're still going to have to be very careful with where you put this plane. But so, Fonzo, you have shown us that at 800 meters convergence, the shot is dead straight with vertical convergence on, obviously. So directly on the crosshair at 800 meters, effectively. There are some other things that, again, will complicate this, but effectively, yes? So, right, straight on 800 meters, you will kill the target. And this will actually hold out to 1.1 to 1.2 kilometers, right? Just same point of aim. Watch the tracers move it around up and down just a little bit, and you'll still hit the target, right? All right, so how far can I actually hit someone? Well, I'll show you. So, we're going to wait until we get to speed up so we don't stall the entire time here, but we need to, come on, keep going, and keep going, okay, keep going, further, about there, so, little too far. Need to pick up speed. That's another thing about the ammunition in the plane. You have enough time to search for it, but little further. Need to accelerate now. Oh, he turned. That's gonna fuck up the shot, but okay, we'll come back. But okay, so it's about 1.4 to 1.5 kilometers, but I'll show you. And there's something very interesting about that, too. So that's very important to show you, even if I just told you the answer here. Okay, so we're going to wait till he stabilizes at the desired distance, and that is the exact kind of turn you do not want to pull in this plane. Which is where all the YouTubers are fucking up. You do not want to turn like that. That turn, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that unless you absolutely fucking have to, and it doesn't matter, and you're going to get the kill when you do it. That's just me being impatient and just being like, yeah, I want to turn now. Don't do that. Don't do that unless you're immediately about to die. Okay, so he's gonna be flying straight and level out there. I fucking turned again! You see, if they turn, obviously, it's going to become a problem here, but the rounds start to slow down a lot at this range. You can kill him. I can do it. But he fucking turned again. He's fucking up my example. God damn it, you're making me look like some kind of 2-bit circus barker. Fucking work with me, Chaika. Okay, slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Hey, isn't this plane supposed to be bad at staying fast? Slow down. Right. So. Shooting at the name tag at about 1.4 to 1.5 kilometers will get you hits. And that's about as far as I've been able to kill someone. This is because, as you can see, we changed up from 1.1 to 1.2 kilometers, shooting directly at the target, to shooting at basically the name tag, which is the only real reference that we have, at just 200 meters more than that. 300 meters more than that. This is where the 50 cals ballistically start to slow down to the point where they are aerodynamically and ballistically worthless for killing people, because the accuracy also gets so poor that not enough rounds are hitting the target in order to assure effective damage and get the kill anyway. However, if you're shooting at a bomber, then the story's a bit different, and your effective range is going to be slightly farther. But 1.5 kilometers is about the maximum range for the 50 cals to be effective at doing anything, and that's not very good because you're still kind of wasting ammo to do that, obviously, but you can hit people. So, Fonto, what does this mean? This means that if you set the gun convergence to 800 meters with vertical convergence, you will still be able to shoot directly at the guy, roughly, at about 1.1 to 1.2 kilometers, and sometimes 1.3 if you aim just slightly above the aircraft. And that's about the effective range to assure a kill anyway. Past that, the rounds become effectively worthless and massively stop becoming lethal. Very quickly stop becoming lethal or really effective, unless it's a large target like a bomber. This means that with the gun set to 800 meters and vertical convergence enabled, you put the 50 cals out to their maximum effective range anyway. Again, nobody's playing the game, nobody's playing the plane enough to fucking learn this shit. So, that's our effective kill range. We know we can kill people if they cooperate and are standing perfectly still. We know we can hit people like that. This is the first step to becoming truly competent with the guns. But, you may ask, Fonto, this is shooting at targets that are flying straight away from me. Granted, it's so far that they may think they're safe. They're not fucking safe. But, they're flying straight away from you. What, that's not very useful. What if I have to shoot someone who's turning? Ah! That's our next lesson. And pretty much every bomber will exactly do it. Yeah, no, you're gonna mulch bombers like this. Like a bomber flying straight away thinking, oh, well, I'm too fast for him to hit. Or rather, I'm too far away to effectively hit him with my guns. I'm safe. They're not safe. Right, so if you encounter like a Tu-2 or a Schnell bomber or something that's flying at high altitude, or it's like a bomber that's within your sights, and they are flying straight and level at 1.2 kilometers, you can kill them. And if they're flying straight and level at 1.4 to 1.5 kilometers, you can kill them. So, now that we have that, what about turns? Because we're gonna need to turn, right? Right, okay, first of all, reload the guns. So I'm here with infinite fuel. Also, the dropping of fuel is going to be a factor in most War Thunder games, so the aircraft is going to be able to do a lot more because it's lighter in midair. The ammunition, though, is more than sufficient, and that's one of the major things about this that you need to understand once you become confident in a gun shooting 50 cals with this much ammo. You have enough ammo to search. Do not be afraid to search. You have to be confident in the guns and find the magic pixel reliably enough that you can hone your instincts around it. Then you can just look at a fucker and snap him out of the air. That's how you do that. You need to be able to, you need to be confident in shooting the guns, and you need to work it around to say, that much lead, right? I am not perfect at this. However, I've done some very interesting things while I've been testing this. But so, a turn. How do we shoot a guy in a turn? Right, so. So he's at 2 kilometers, and that's way too far away. Now, I've found that, he's actually starting to, well, no, he's actually flying straight and level. He's actually picked a new flight path. Look at him go, making things interesting. Thank you, Training Chaika. Right, so, as I've found, 1.5 kilometers is also about the effective range of shooting people in a turn, even though the ballistics get kind of weird like that. It's very touchy-feely weird, so that might be further or close. I'm not quite sure. Reliably, though, I can hit people at 1.1 kilometers, starting to do it somewhat regularly, and then 800, 900 is about where I am with I can kill this guy. But it takes me a bit of time to warm up to do, too, so I might totally fuck this up. but you can do that. Okay, so now we're gonna wait for him to turn, and whoa, look at that, he's turning, whoa! Yep. Yep, that's the... Yep. That's the turn fucking with me. So you can see how me going up is changing the point of aim. But I did get hits at a fairly far distance, which means that we can kill him. So I gotta warm up to this, and I'm probably gonna be warming up to this plane every time I fucking start her up, because you have to hone it in. Because it's a very unique plane with how the plane goes up, and it changes your point of aim, so you have to knowingly compensate for it. I've only had the plane for a couple of weeks. Well, actually, you know, yeah, just playing it in test battle in a couple of weeks in isolation. So I'm not perfect, and so there are some points where I'm still not good. But I will show you, with enough time, you will see what this plane can do. So you saw me get hits, and if it bleeds, we can kill it. That just means I have to get good, right? If I can get hits, I can get lethal hits. And if I can get lethal hits, I can kill him. So if I'm not hitting him at far enough range, I need to get good. That's really it. So let's see how I am right now. I didn't play the plane in advance today, so... We're gonna be sitting here and we're gonna be doing things and we're gonna be learning, and this is basically where we're gonna settle for this stream, for playing for the rest of the night here that I'm on air. We're gonna be sitting here shooting down the training checkout lot. Okay, that's about 600. Started to hit him about 700-800. So you have enough ammo to search like that, though. You can, like with other planes, obviously the ammunition's going to be restrictive, so you won't be able to search around. You have to be accurate, but you need to know where the guns are going anyway in the first place. You have to practice this. But with this plane, you have so much ammo, you can just kind of whip a line of 50 cals in a search out towards the target, and you can maybe find the magic pixel, if it's there. You can't be afraid to do that. Conserving your ammo and holding it is for when you actually know where to fucking shoot the guns. You can't do it in reverse. Okay, so he's going to be going straight ahead, but also there's something else that you need to know. So, it's going to be useful to know this even ahead of time, but, so... I recommend using the tracer belt on this plane, and using it for a long-ass time. The tracer belt is actually one of the best belts because it has armor-piercing incendiary fragmentation, which means you've got a little bit of bang in that round. It's probably one of the best rounds to use in a late war 50 cals. The thing with the tracers, though, is because the aircraft is doing so many weird things when you're yawing slightly, going up and down. Sometimes the only thing you can do is just look at the tracers and see where they're going, especially at long range. So you kind of have to adjust on tracer fire a lot with this plane, and you kind of need to, you need to get at home with that for a long time, I'm seeing. I am nowhere, dude, I am not going anywhere near that stealth belt, because even if I know the guns reasonably, it's still gonna fuck with me because the plane is gonna be doing all sorts of fucking things while I'm trying to aim. You know the slip ball? See this thing? This would be vitally fucking important to flying this plane. In fact, you'd probably need a 3-dimensional slip ball. But, so. A little bit more lead. Oh, that's going through the wings. Yep, okay. That's 600. But as you saw, I was on, but it was going through the wings of the fucking biplane. It's cocksucker. It's accurate enough to do that and not actually kill the plane. So, this is all gonna be feeling shit, but you can get kills reliably as soon as you get comfortable with this. Obviously, though, in a real match, the planes are gonna be moving faster and moving in directions that are unpredictable, so you're gonna have to kind of adjust to that. So this is not, perfect training is not gonna, like, training like this is not gonna totally prepare you, but it'll get you fucking close. At least you know you can shoot a bomber at 1.5 kilometers and kill the fucker without really having to think about it. First, you must suck before you can get good. Exactly. But right, so. The one thing that's actually kind of hard to practice here is head-ons, though, because the bots don't line directly up on you. They actually try to avoid you if you're going in a head-on. head-on attacks in War Thunder are actually a strangely stupid human thing, and you're only going to be able to learn those really against really stupid people that try it. Most people try to avoid most people are saying to avoid head-on attacks because of the threat of you becoming energy trapped, as you miss the attack and then have to turn, right? It's not that simple, though, but I can't really practice head-on attacks very efficiently in this plane, in this environment, so I'm going to have to learn that live. But also a light bulb went off in my head, because I realized, I really sat and thought about it, and then it's like it's caveman SpongeBob looking at a fire, and suddenly having this epiphany, over and over again, just these thoughts flashing into my walnut-sized brain. Rate of closure affects the effective range of gunfire, just like it does with missiles! Ah! Knowledge! So, theoretically speaking, even though my maximum effective range with straight fire is 1.1 to 1.2 kilometers, it might be actually longer in a head-on attack because the target is coming towards me, and thus the bullets are traveling less ground distance to hit the guy. So the range that I could hit people in head-ons may be longer than, me in pursuit, because that's how closure rate works, and projectiles, and ballistics. The bullet is a missile! Genius! Yeah, I know, really. This is the stupid shit that I'm learning here. The bullet is a tiny missile! My God! What have I been doing with my life? So 1.6. That's about where we are today. I was like 9 kilometers last night. But we'll get up to it as we, again, search. And we try to find the bead here. You need to warm up. You're probably going to need to warm up with this plane. And the thing majorly affecting your aim is going to be that adverse climb. That's 1.5, and you're dead. So that's close range. So we're more close range than long range today, but we really got to work on it. So we gotta be in the zone with the bullets here. We gotta know. Honestly, I'm starting to think that the plane contrailing and all is a sign that you're pulling too hard, and you shouldn't be doing that if you don't have to. Okay, 1.7. Still 1.6. So that's about where we are right now. Okay, so we're gonna give him, actually what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to hangar. We're gonna restart this over and over again. Because this is the drill that I've been running at, as I try to figure out exactly how far to pull. But it's a very limited drill, so it's not gonna be totally effective. I'd love to have custom missions where I can determine, where the enemy is and how they're acting so I can learn these things. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna hop back into that, and we're gonna go 1 kilometer off the airfield, and we're just gonna restart as the Chaika pulls its initial turn, and he's moving left to right across the screen. Or right to left, rather. This is how I've been learning deflection shots, with him just being beam on, moving across the screen, and me trying to figure out exactly where the fucking magic pixel is and trying to get it down to an instinctual level. Obviously, it's going to be uncontrollable in a real match, and so we're going to have problems, and we're going to have to learn on the spot, but it's helpful to know what the plane is possibly capable of doing, right? If the plane can do it, you need to be able to notice when the plane can do that right now. Okay, so this is effectively where I'm practicing, like this example over and over again. So more lead. See, and then the plane is elevating for me. Too fast. There we go. Right, so as you saw, I was actually aiming too fast in some cases, and the plane was starting to elevate for me, and the shots went over his head. Again! Yeah, as for just, flying around, learning the plane, and looking at graphs, this is also what I'm doing as well. This is a very, very limited training exercise, but it's really the only thing you could fucking do. I do try and mix it up. I do diving attacks and, just fly around and, try to, hit the guy at long range, short range. It's incredibly limited, but you can kind of get a feel for the aircraft like this, and you need to do this with basically every plane if you want to get good with it. You need to find consistency in in an environment where it's stable. And once you know where the consistency is, then you can start to experiment. And this guy is not going to be expecting you to hit him at this range, too. So he may stay stable. Up until you actually hit him. Okay, those are on target, but they're not hitting him. That might be too much lead. Okay, there we go again. See, I'm good at those. Though, at least in this example, you can hit the guy at like 1-9. 1-1 is usually where I hit the guy, but I have pilot sniped the Chaika at 1.5 kilometers in a turn like this. Not exactly this drill, actually, although I was just kind of circling around, and as he came in, turned as he spawned, I managed to put the put the pipper on the target. So, and this is also useful to train like this because, as you can see, the adverse, not adverse yaw, it's adverse lift. The adverse climb rate of the plane is affecting your shot, and you need to be comfortable with this, and you need to learn how to work with the plane when it does this and not fight it, because if you try and fight it, you'll fuck up your aim even more. It's like a woman, you have to wait for her to come. In more ways than one. You have to wait for her to come to you. Okay, so we're gonna use less lead here. Okay, so those are on target, but again, we're going slightly up. But they should be able to hit the guy. Oh. Okay, those are hits. Okay, yeah, more hits. And there goes a wing. But that's the thing. He's immediately dead at the point where people would, like, that range 6-5, that's about where people would start shooting. No, you're already trying to kill the son of a bitch, and you have enough ammo to do that in a real match. So, again, this is where you need to perfect this sort of thing. This instinctual, yeah, about that much lead. And be able to hit the guy at ranges where people may not be expecting that they're going to be killed. Which, as Sun Tzu says, all warfare is based on deception. And if the fool at 1.2 kilometers does not expect to be shot, he will not maneuver out of the way of the bullet you have sent towards him. Very wise. Yes, very wise. So, yeah, most of air combat is actually fooling the enemy into not reacting until you are going to kill them. So, this, in a sense, is also air combat. So, doing things that are unexpected, that people would not necessarily expect you to do, and succeeding, is going to have a higher chance of succeeding because they're not expecting it. Odds don't matter if nobody's paying attention. This is going to be a very complicated thing to play in a real game, but if you get confident, really, if you get confident with any sort of plane, that you know how it works, especially if, like, the heavy hitters, like, say you used everything that I'm doing right now to examine the Yak 3U, which is, like, at this BR, the highest fucking climb rate plane in the entire game. In this BR spread. If you used exactly what I'm doing right now to understand that plane, you would be better at that plane. You would be extremely threatening in that fucking plane. It goes for all planes. It's just that this one is very, very unique. But you have to sit there with a specific plane, you have to learn what it does, and what it doesn't like, what it enjoys. Again, like a woman. See, I'm elevated too high. Oh, got hits at 9. Too much lead. Dead. Okay. See, I was elevated. I didn't have I had the crosshair above the target. And of course, if it's above the target, and we yaw, and we go up, it'll be even more above the target, and it's not gonna fucking kill him. Alright, and as I've seen, because of the drop-off in ballistics, I've never gotten a kill more than 1.5, and 1.5 was just kind of dumb luck in that situation. So, I think that, again, as it is with, you know, shooting at somebody in pursuit, 1.5 is about where the rounds are going to become ballistically useless, and so you really shouldn't try to shoot at people like that. Okay, where are we? Where are we? Too much lead. See, you can do that. You can do that until you fucking kill the guy, because you have enough ammo to search like that. You need to do it in order to learn your guns, but with playing with 50 cals, and specifically you have so much ammo typically, that you can, again, search like that until you hit the guy. That's not efficient, obviously, but sometimes you need to learn where the fuck the guy is, and sometimes you don't know. You have to guess. And then you have to just kind of keep guessing until you get it right. And in that situation, if he doesn't react, he's going to die eventually, right? If you have it immediately on target. That's how you become confident at shooting things at long range, and sometimes at long range you have to guess. Do you know who taught me this? It was Sharklet. A couple years ago, I watched her play the A21, or A20, the Swedish attacker, or twin boom fighter, I forget its designation. He has 50s in the nose, and I watched her start firing at like 1.1, 1.2 kilometers at people, and I'm wondering, well, that's enthusiastic, but then she was getting kills doing it. And that's when I realized, man, this woman's autistic, and she's really committed to this game to know shit like that. And that's where the thought went up, you can do that! I just have to get good! And unfortunately, it's taken me a long time to realize how to do that. You know, in addition to Sharklet being kind of terrible at teaching people things, but, you know, that's a private matter. She's kind of bad at teaching people things. But, so we're going to do this again until we can get a kill at 1.2, 1.3, because I've got them. And then we're just going to settle in for the rest of the stream. And then I'm just going to sit here shooting at the training Shika and just kind of continue to hone in exactly, you know, the instinctual, you know, point shooting that I've been doing here, and then we'll call it an evening at some point. I'll turn on the Ace Combat music here, and we'll just sit here and have a casual chill stream where we learn how to shoot things. Okay, so about 110, right? That's 1.1. See? You can do it. You just have to learn. Which reminds me, 2 days. Get your best French wine or brandy. I mean, yes, I may not be drinking this year, though. But, so yes, our yearly tradition where we watch Oh, What a Lovely War on November 11th. Everyone else can drink, though. I decided to put the stuff down for a while. But, so, again, you can do that. You just have to get good. Sometimes, yes, it is a skill issue. I'd almost say that you could try pre-yawing because the plane will be more predictable. Iron, that's a great point. I hadn't really considered that, but yes, that's a great point. You could try and yaw and then just kind of, like, put a line in the sand and wait for the guy to fly into it. Which is what I've been trying to do, you know, at longer ranges with trying to figure out exactly where the hell the point of impact is. But yeah, so you could just pre-yaw the plane, have the plane elevate to where it's going to elevate, and then put a wall statically in the air for the enemy to fly into it. You could do that. I hadn't thought about that, but we're going to test that sort of thing. But yes, as you pull and rate of climb increases, you will slowly drift upwards. And sometimes that, if you're just a little bit off on the elevation, you can actually find your way to the target like that. The plane will do that for you. The important thing is you need to know that she's going to do that and not fight her. You expect it, not fight her, work with it. Too much lead. Well, that's not enough then. Okay, I think I'm actually shooting under it. Odd. But okay, so we've done this example. As I start rolling around here against the Chika, I will probably get those long-range shots, but we need to work on it. that example, that testing, you know, drill only works so much. You can't do one thing over and over again. You have to, it has to be more dynamic than that. But unfortunately, the most dynamic thing is real combat, but you might die if you get into real combat. And you might not notice things. So this is where you have to sit here and you have to really learn a plane. So, at this angle, too high. Yep, not enough lead. See, that shot. That particular shot I'm kind of bad at. I'll admit that there. That particular angle of approach I'm really bad at. Not sure why, but that's why we keep training. There goes his wing, but as you saw, I had to lead down in addition to, you know, where I was shooting. Because the bullets are going to go up and, you know, to the left. I need to aim down and to the right. The plane will yaw around up and down, and you have to compensate for that. And at close range, it's better to just guide on the tracers. And they'll do that at long range, and that will really fuck up your accuracy, too. If you're just a little bit off, if the plane's moving around too much, the point of impact won't be where you'd expect it to be, especially if the bullets are, like, slowing down and shit like that. It's really weird. The plane will change, you know, you know, where you're shooting from, and if you don't understand that it can do that, you're gonna not hit the fucking target at all. Okay, I'm shooting under it. Those shots, those are child's play. Though, if you're asking if there's a dead zone for the convergence and gun elevation being so high, there is. It's about 1.2 clicks, so I'll show you that now. That's one other thing I forgot. The gun convergences do have downsides, and if they're set too far apart, if you have wing-mounted guns, you'll know that there'll be a dead zone in front of the aircraft where the shots won't be able to line up against the target who is too close to you, right? That does happen even when the guns are nose-mounted, but it's not necessarily the convergence that's doing it. So we'll just slip in behind the Chica real quick, and I'll show you this. Right, so. About there. Right, so my crosshair is going to go on the target. Mercy me, those shots went directly fucking underneath him, even though the crosshair's on him. What's going on there, Fonto? Well, that's partially two things. That's the convergence is setting the guns to go in a different direction, but it's also the camera parallax. So, if he's too close, because remember, the guns are going straight out of the nose of the aircraft, but the camera is up above and looking down at the aircraft. So basically, the camera and the guns are out of alignment at this close of a range. But 200 meters is easy to remember. And the way to solve that is to simply aim up slightly. You can remember that at incredibly close range. In fact, here's a really catchy word, a catchy phrase. Up close and personal. Up close and personal. Aim up when close. You gotta tell me that no one truly thought making this plane would be a smart idea. Well, Killer Vought did, because it does actually have a lot of benefits in the design of the plane, and of course modern jet aircraft make use of the lifting body concept, so it's actually way ahead of its time with some of the things that it was trying to do. It does have actual flight performance benefits, and it's more with the V173, I believe, the prototype. That these concepts were proven. This plane didn't get a chance to fly because it had technical problems with the internals that needed to be worked out, and by 1947, the plane was behind schedule, it was over budget, and the Air Force was the Air Force and the Navy were more interested in jet aircraft than propeller-driven aircraft. So a lot of turboprops actually met their end this way. A lot of turboprops that would have been very good if they were, say, deployed to Korea, for example, if they had actually finished development smoothly. A lot of them just got thrown out because the Navy and the Air Force are like, jets, 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 J-E-T-S, jets, 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 jets. And this also killed this plane. Even if it had, to a point, things to argue. And again, eventually we all modern aircraft are designed around the lifting body concept, where the fuselage, the body of the aircraft, is designed in such a way to produce as much, if not more, lift than the wings. Remember the story about the F-15 that flew home on one wing? You know, the Israeli that's actually real-life solo wing pixie? The plane did that because it's a lifting body aircraft, and it stabilized itself at a high enough speed because the fuselage of the aircraft was supplying enough lift to compensate for not having a wing. That's this plane, but it's ahead of its time and not quite correct. So, there are good ideas with this plane. It probably would have functioned if it actually had gotten, you know, its teething problems worked out and made it to a production aircraft. It would have been really fucking weird, though. But there are benefits to this plane. It's just that, well, they ran out of time and money and interest. Vought wanted to actually, you know, obviously wanted to, you know, make the plane something because it's their plane. If they make it and sell it, they make money, obviously. But unfortunately, the interest was everyone else. The Navy, the Air Force, everyone wanted jet aircraft, and so they didn't see any use in having, you know, a silly propeller plane anymore. And again, this isn't the only turboprop of that era that got thrown out the window because jets. Hits. But yeah, maybe I'm shooting under it. Maybe that's a problem. See, you can yank and actually get those shots, but you want to avoid yanking like that. Because she'll do that, she'll turn, but, as all of the shills keep saying, she bleeds energy too fast and you'll be energy trapped in a turn. But if you're careful with it, you won't need that. But again, turning this slow may not be practical to defend yourself in a realistic battle. So, you know, we're going to have to learn real-world constraints with this plane. And some of the things, even the silly surfing maneuver that I figured out, may not be practical, but it'd be useful to know. It'd be useful to know exactly where the gun, where the guns are and how the plane behaves and how to accelerate and decelerate. Can we try that shallow corkscrew attack to see how it behaves? What do you mean shallow corkscrew attack? Ah, there you go. You see, it's entirely a feeling thing that you have to do enough over and over and over and over again until you find where the point of aim is and you get it down to an instinctual, I don't have to think about it anymore sort of thing. You would never want to turn like that unless you absolutely had to, though. But, again, it's down to, this guy's here, he's moving like this, I'm here, I'm moving like this, where do I need to aim? You do this enough, you won't have to think about it. But that takes a lot of time and practice, and a lot of the time people do not commit to practicing a plane this much in War Thunder, which is why they suck. I can admit that I suck in most planes that I fly, unless I'm doing something very particular in them. Martin, however... Martin, since you're here, Martin is a shining example of what happens when you're really fucking determined about a plane, even if you're not being as brainy as I am about this. Martin mulches people in the Finnish Buffalo, because he's got it all down instinctually, man. He is just... man's a death machine in that. What does he do? He has a drink and plays the fucking Buffalo and walks out with an ace every fucking game. He is just... there, man. He's a new type. He doesn't have to think or work about any of this shit. That's how much practice he's had in the damn thing. It helps that it's a good plane, though. It was somehow by accident, too. Well, yes, but that's because you just played the plane long enough. That's the secret. You can be more brainy about it in order to help yourself learn and, catch on to things faster. But at some point, it just becomes, how much do you play this plane? And Martin's the shining example of what happens when you play a plane that you understand and is actually pretty competent, a plane in its own right. When you play it enough to understand it on an instinctual level. Man can play it drunk and he gets fucking aces. What's your excuse? Looking at you, 109, with, like, no kills. What the fuck is your excuse? He's drunk. What's your problem? That was too much lead. So I find that in really weird situations, I'm putting in too much or too little lead. But again, this is all just instinctual. Shoot the man, search for the magic pixel, see if you can find it. You've got enough ammo to search for this. You'll still get like 3 kills even if you're very, very liberal with the ammo. However, it pays off if you just, look at a guy at like 1.2 kilometers, shoot at him, and then clip his wing off. Then it's all worth it. Attacking from slightly above, using the dive to compensate for the sharp turn. Oh, well this is just the boom and zoom. Okay. Also, as I have found, I haven't quite looked into this, but I found that even if you're below 7,000 feet, if you put the pitch to 27, the airspeed's more important during combat, so if you're doing boom and zoom maneuvers, you want to pitch up to like 27 degrees. You'll climb effectively, but you'll maintain a lot more speed. I haven't really looked at all the graphs to see what's like, if I dive at like 240 meters and I hit the bottom of my attack at 300, if I dive at 240 knots and I hit the bottom of the attack at 300 knots, what is the slowest rate of energy loss I'm gonna feel by climbing? Like, okay, so if I pitch up, how much speed am I gonna lose? What's more efficient for climbing, right? That's a feeling thing. I haven't gotten near that. So if, when I zoom, what's the optimal pitch to lose the least energy but still climb effectively to get myself out of danger? That's another thing where I'm just gonna have to stare at a bunch of fucking graphs. Though, I will say that I am slightly better at diving attacks for finding the magic pixel by instinct. And that's probably where the plane is gonna wanna be, because you do wanna be above, like, you wanna boom and zoom with this plane. It's very fucking good at that. We're gonna see how many people we get with the, I can't stall, situation with energy climbing, or with energy trapping, because a lot of people in War Thunder, the only thing they know how to do of some, like, sense is energy trapping. It's the only fucking thing they know how to do. And if you fuck them out of that, they may have absolutely no defenses whatsoever, so it's gonna be funny. But again, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I think I know more about this plane than a lot of other people that are currently flying the damn thing currently. Even the people that are playing this in live matches, yeah, sure, they know some things that I don't, but I think I know a lot about the airframe baseline that they do because they're not paying attention enough. They're putting out their exclusive video to win in the YouTube search results, and then they're clocking out because rent's due and I gotta do other things, man. As I say, altitude is a resource. Spend it wisely. Yes, altitude is a resource, and this thing rides trapper particles and generates altitude just kind of passively. So that's another thing, using the yaw to gain altitude just kind of intermittently, randomly surfing around and gaining more altitude without, I'm not quite sure how that's going to work offensively, but just being able to intermittently do those maneuvers and then just kind of like casually gain a couple 100 feet here or there. Without really losing too much speed or doing anything, or like changing direction or something like that while changing direction, without changing direction, it's going to be weird. But so, boom and zoom. Up. 400. But, of course, I can hit further than that, but I've got to actually hone that in, too, because I haven't warmed up today. This is my warm-up. I'm also talking to you and thinking about things, so I'm not exactly, like, laser focusing on everything. But I've been doing this for hours at a time, all week, since Halloween. And we're back up at our flight ceiling, effectively. About 6,000 feet is where I'd go. And then we just kind of level off and go about our business here. Boom and zoom might be a little harder to land. Not really, especially if you, like, know, like, the gun. Like, for example, like, I could do an attack that's not even really a boom and zoom at all. Because I've gotten to the point where I, like you suggested, Iron, putting a line of bullets in the sand, and I have gotten, like, descending attacks on people moving towards me. I have nailed them at, like, 1.2 kilometers around that range, and not even had to dive on the motherfucker. Like, that's all the dive I've got, just that much. All right, he's dead, pulling back up. I've done that before. My instincts seem to be slightly better typically, but not perfect, obviously. I'm gonna need to play this plane for months, possibly years, to be really efficient at it. But instinctually, it seems to agree with me a little bit more in a dive. Like, for example, about here. So this is a point where a typical War Thunder player would try and head on me. There's the hits, right? I did hit him, so that means that I could kill him if my aim was better. Or he was a larger target, or something like that, right? So I didn't have to turn around, and I'm right the fuck back up where I was. The acceleration's a bit high. I don't really want that to get above 3 meters a second decelerating. I'm still learning exactly how I can get the plane to start re-accelerating after pulling a maneuver fast enough. Because obviously if you stop losing speed faster, it's gonna be better overall. So this is gonna be a weird plane to play, but there is something here if you really sit and commit with it, and what I see out of the content creators is no one's really sitting and committing with it. They're treating it like a goofy event vehicle that has massive flaws for normal gameplay. They don't really want to learn how to work with it because, silly pancake plane, and they're just gonna go back and they're gonna play their meta bullshit. Thinking that they're the smartest people in the world. Me! I'm a fucking crazy person, and so I will fly the surfboard plane. Maybe I'll rewatch Eureka 7 at some point. It's been a while. Nope, not enough lead. Again, it's entirely a feeling thing. You can hit people at further away, you just watched me do it, but killing people, it requires your aim being better. And so you just have to sit there practicing, and you need to do it on real targets too in order to actually really get it in. So this is gonna take me more than a week to do. So I've gotten really proficient at it, more proficient than I think a lot of the YouTubers who are playing the plane right now are. But I'm not perfect, and I'm not going to be perfect. You don't get that perfect that quick. Martin has been playing the Buffalo for years at this point. That's why he's so threatening in it. On a basic instinctual level. That is why he's so good at the fucking plane. Me? My problem is I never really found a plane I could feel at home with. Nothing really stuck out, especially not in prop planes, because we've been playing jets because haha, missile go bang. This may be a project, even if it isn't it's just another one of those planes that I roosted with for a while. This, though, I'm gonna learn, even only to prove the simple fact that I can do this if I wanted to. I like this plane, though. I want to be good in it. And if I'm Flapjack Ace, I like that title. I'm gonna keep that title. I'm gonna smile if people know that title. My goal in life is to be a 2-7 cryptid. Martin, you are succeeding, sir. Okay, you have to you have to be concerned about the dive speed, though, on this plane, because it's actually kind of short. Okay. Yeah, we need to put in more lead when we're doing that. Yep, there's his wing. Okay. So yeah, I need to be putting in more lead while I'm descending like that. Right, that's my problem. And that's how you learn. You do that over and over and over again. You see, like, oh, wait, no, that's my problem, and you correct and start hitting targets, and you get it down to a level where you just remember, more lead. That's it. But, right, so, since we're segueing into this part of the stream here, it's been about 2 hours, so now we're going to crank on the Ace Combat music, and I'm just going to sit here and shooting things. You may see some things if you stick around here, but now we're transitioning to the chill stream as I practice gunnery in Flapjack. And like I said, if I become the Flapjack Ace of War Thunder, I like that title. I think that's a very distinct title to have. That's very distinct and unique enough for me, even though everyone's going to have the plane, but I don't think everyone's going to stick with it, and who knows? Perhaps they may give her 300 horsepower that, she's missing apparently, and she may be down tiered as well, because some people are saying, like, a lot of the YouTuber comments are like, at 5.3 is a bit over tiered for this plane. We'll see. It might get even better. Who knows? But hang on here. Flapjack and Oh What a Lovely War aside, what does this week look like? I have no idea, so I'm just gonna get up tomorrow, I'm going to play the Flapjack, and then I'm gonna see how I feel after that. And yes, I remember the days of the TU-2 with its actually tanky flight model. Unfortunately, that's not quite, you know, good anymore. But I did watch Defiant's video where he got headshot by a TU-2. That was funny. Maybe it means something. Who knows? Okay, so that's completely wrong. Oh. Okay. I went wingtip to wingtip there, so I wasn't right, but I was on enough. And again, you have enough to do that for a single kill. That's very costly, but you have 2,400 rounds. You have enough to do that, and, you know, a 3-kill game while you're learning the plane isn't bad. Is it better to save your ammunition? Yes, but it's better to also be able to hit your fucking targets with that ammunition, don't you think? The rounds are for killing people, they're not for sitting in the plane, you know, looking pretty. You really should have streamed your journey to Flapjack supremacy. It really would have added to your descent into obsession on X. Yes, but I also had to sit there looking at a bunch of graphs and overlaying them in Photoshop, and that probably wouldn't have been, you know, terribly easy to stream. Yep, completely off. Again, you don't want to turn like that, but you can, and it's useful to know where to shoot. Yes, thank you, Ace Combat 4. It's on random, though. So we went from Ace Combat 2 to 4. Or rather, I think that was 0, actually. That was the versus stage. Six. Just stream it with cigarettes, ASMR. You're hunting through the grass for Pepe Sylvia. Yes, but I don't smoke in the house. I'm a polite smoker. I go outside. I have a, like, expendable red cup that I fill with water to use as an ashtray. When I'm done, you know, it goes out into the gutter. I come back in, I brush my teeth, and that's it. Believe me, I've lived with messy smokers, and I don't want to be that. But I found that a cigarette once in a while helps me in particular, but don't be me, kids. Be me playing War Thunder, not anywhere else. Hey! You see, I had 800 rounds, I'm low on ammo, and I took the fucking chance and I killed the guy. Again, don't be afraid. Sharklet would call you a weenie if you were afraid. You wouldn't want the autistic plane girl calling you a weenie, right? Get good. Yeah, sometimes you have to wait for the rounds to hang in there. Because, again, weird aerodynamics. The plane can desync from where the rounds are going, and it looks weird and it feels weird, but you just get used to it. Okay, let's try Leslie. Nope. Nope, that was too much lead. I think. Too much or not enough. It's figuring out is very difficult. I've also noticed that targets descending are kind of hard to hit, and that might be a problem in a dogfight. But we'll chase some of the guys we shoot down and try and learn that, because that's the best way you can learn that sort of thing. That's the most, like, unpredictable, abrupt, fast maneuvers that you can get out of the training Chica. So again, this is not a perfect way to learn the plane, but it's the only fucking way you can do it right now. Too high, it's hits at 1. Not enough hits to kill, but hits. Okay. No, more lead. There we go. Again, the accuracy of the burst becomes a problem the longer the range is, and this affects it linearly and also in a turn even more, but those turn shots are really valuable because most people are not expecting you to be hit by that. And, you know, if you hit a plane that's very delicate, you may not be able to fight back. Yep. This is why gunnery in War Thunder is really important for you to learn in the specific plane that you're trying to fly. Because if you just kill the guy, you don't really have to worry about a bunch. You don't have to worry about a lot, so you just shoot the man. Giga Chad face, just kill him. Oh, those were hits. Hey. See, if they start to hang in there, they start to become static targets, and that's how you know you can shoot at them at the ranges you're expecting, but you still have to put in a little bit of lead based on your movement. Again, it's a very weird feeling thing that you're just gonna have to spend time with the aircraft to learn. It helps if the plane has well-made guns, this is true, but you can learn to play a plane even with bad guns. You just need to figure out constants and understand what they do. Like that. That's a tail and a pilot snipe. That would have crippled the plane. You might have lost tail control or, like, aerodynamics at all. Whatchamacallit, flight control entirely. He might just be a dead stick now. They're 50s, they're not gonna blow people apart at long range, but there's enough of them in a dense enough burst that if they hit, you're gonna do something. Nope. Nope. Nope, too far. I noticed at this angle you need surprisingly little lead. Dead. Like, that's where I have the most difficulty, and then oncoming approaches are hard. Like, targets descending rapidly fuck with me, and head-ons I haven't really mastered really at all because the AI is kind of weird about it, but like head-on deflection shots are also very weird. But most people will try and actually, head-on with you if you approach at a front angle, so... Again, we're gonna have to play against real players that do real things. Nope, hits. Nope. Okay, I think I'm shooting under it, actually. Yeah, that's under or over? Now, do you want to waste that much ammo on a target? No. But again, if you're learning the plane and coming to grips with the guns, that experience is going to be valuable for you. So you need to know what's enough and what isn't. So you might, if you blow all of your ammo and you're learning things, who cares if you don't get that many kills? It's a gift vehicle, and a premium at that, too. And besides, all the cool people that post gameplay, they cherry pick shit, so you don't have to post every single game. No one does. Okay, maybe a little bit of up might help there. Because I didn't pull harder, I pulled up. So maybe I'm shooting underneath the target too much. Because it's hard to tell. I'd have to record all the gameplay and really seriously examine where the tracers are going. But again, that's like looking at more graphs. Right on. If that was a real player, he'd go, dude, what the fuck? He'd probably seriously, like, you know, commit to a head-on there, but that's the kind of accuracy you need at ranges where people might not be expecting to die. Granted, they're also not flying a Chaika, so, again, things are going to be different, but it's good to know what the plane does. I had to let off the stick a little bit. Like, pulling, as I was pulling too much, so that, less lead. I find that rear, like, 5 o'clock angle, you need surprisingly little. Which can be kind of odd to follow the point of impact from a high deflection shot to a low deflection shot. Odd. Again, more instinct things you just learn by playing it over and over and over and over again. And you wouldn't want to be sitting here turning like this in a real game either, so this is somewhat limited in terms of use. But there's no other way to learn the plane. There's no other way to learn the plane. Too much. Wait, no, not enough. Nope, not enough. See, that's a real target, effectively. See, I'm not. That's more like a real person in unpredictability for hitting a shot. Of course, they're rolling around, so not everybody's going to do that, but that's the kind of unpredictable movements you're going to have to deal with. But you need to learn to get over that. Okay, let's try some shots from above. Now, granted, I'm descending and I'm too low of a speed, and the surfing kind of affects, you know, is affected by how fast you are, but another thing that I've just noticed, okay, if I just immediately level the nose after the turn and just keep turning, I'm still going up, so if I wanted to still keep ascending, I could, but I wouldn't have to keep the nose pointed up to do that. I would just do that normally through a turn, so I wouldn't have to keep the pitch high, and thus I may lose or, you know, regain speed. Lose the speed less, and maybe regain some. You see, just shit like that. You sit here, you learn, you fuck with things, and you sit and you think. Yeah. Yep, there's the wing. Okay, so I want to turn off there. So if I just point the nose down, turning, drop the pitch. Well, the climb rate starts to drop, obviously, but I'm still climbing really fucking fast because the plane still wants to go up. Like, I'm turning horizontally, but the plane wants to still go up vertically. So, maybe. Again, weird shit you notice if you look at the plane hard enough. And this is a very unique plane. So, if the energy retention is poor, you obviously want to learn how you can maintain energy and gain it and not bleed it as hard. That would be critically important to playing the plane, right? But still moving in an effective manner to actually respond to threats and kill people, obviously. That would be the whole point. But no, guys, let's complain about the energy retention for 10 to 15 minutes and call it a day, right? I got my clicks and my views. My YouTube bucks are in the mail. I don't gotta do anything else, right? Okay. Followed through just because I felt like it. Okay, so it's at 3 meters a second deceleration. What if we just put the nose down and then just... Yeah, okay. No, we're decelerating... Oh. Granted, we've lost all the climb rate, obviously, but that would be normal, right? There's probably a way of doing that smoothly, but yeah, no, you do you stop decelerating if you do that. So we're like losing speed at 3 meters a second as we're doing a static climb. So if I drop the nose and turn, I'm still climbing, but I'm losing less speed. It's probably comparable to just climbing at a shallower angle, but good to know if I need to turn around. If I want to turn around while still gaining altitude, I can do that. And it's not worse than just climbing. That's just me and the mouse sensitivity fighting each other. I'm running out of mouse space. $27, right up there. Right. I actually have another way of actually playing this. Right, so 1 second. Because if I do this, actually, let's see here. Right, open War Thunder Real-Time Assistant. I actually have a different HUD setting that actually helps with my horrible, horrible tunnel vision. So, hang on here. Right, okay, so, it's this. Wait, that's the last song. Nope, that's Sitting Ducks. It always begins with Sitting Ducks, doesn't it? Right, okay. Wait. Oh, wait, no. War Thunder Real-Time Assistant is still in the way, but yeah, so. Look at that! That helps with my horrible tunnel vision! So I have my airspeed, my altitude, my current pitch, and the climb rate, though I did actually shit. I had acceleration in there, but War Thunder, the Real-Time Assistant is somewhat odd with saving shit. So sometimes it won't save anything. It won't save things, so hang on here. Acceleration meters a second at the bottom, thank you. So obviously we want to accelerate the most and decelerate the least. So obviously that would be very good to keep an eye on that as well as my airspeed. So yes, it's not intrusive, and you're gonna see me use this while we're playing. But that's not intrusive, and it also helps my horrible tunnel vision. So I don't have to squint and look up at the top left corner. Pro strats. Next I'm gonna get myself a new mouse. A new gaming keyboard. Low response rate. High refresh rate monitors. Gaming swag. No, I'm not gonna do any of that. At least not yet. I am gonna upgrade my PC soon, but not yet. Don't forget the RGB. Yes, color definition. Though they have done tests, and yeah, a high refresh rate monitor does make you a better player in like Twitch shooters, like Counter-Strike and shit like that. A higher refresh rate does mean that the frames and movements are coming faster and smoother, and so you're going to be able to react better on like a basic level. So, 150, 300 hertz refresh rate monitor, as long as you've got a system to drive it in a game that supports it, is actually not a bad investment. These days, anyway. But I'm nearing the flight ceiling. I don't want to do that. Ugly. Tension's too high. Drop that down. ugly, so like directly below me, that's an ugly angle to engage. Unless I like flip the plane around. Have you picked up that splitter yet? I have, but I didn't quite put together what I was supposed to be doing with it, because, let's see here. I got a DisplayPort cable. Actually, no, I got the cable. What I need is a DisplayPort to HDMI. Because I'm a fool, and I didn't, like, it's thinking about how you could, like, apply a splitter and a cable at the same time, and my brain didn't put together the correct answer to go from HDMI monitor to, you know, a DisplayPort input. Or output. Buffalo match after some practice. 5 kills, and then I fucked up and got in close with a Chica. Mistakes are possible, but see. Currently at 1,700 to 300. That's Martin's KD. That's Martin's KD in the Chica, or in the Finn Buffalo. Sorry, I only see Chicas here. I'm killing them. But yes, that's him in the Finn Buffalo. Don't fuck with him. Nope, all wrong. Still all wrong. Am I shooting? Okay, I was shooting below it. That's odd. I'd smash into him, but you know, that might break up the stream here a bit, but well. Things you should not do unless you're gonna stall fight. So that's about 150. Alright, so. Okay. I need to make sure the tail of the tracers are landing on his head. Again, this is where it starts to get weird. You don't want to overheat your guns either. Yeah, I got hits, but I'm moving around. Ding, 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 ding. You see, I'm not able to do enough damage to kill him. That'll hurt him, but the rounds are spaced so far apart that they're not really able to guarantee enough lethal damage. So shooting at a fighter that far is chancy, but you might kill him, or you might break something important. A bomber is gonna die, though. Or he's gonna be horribly mangled coming out of that. You also still need to watch the tracers, especially at long range, because the bullets move around and you do too. So you have to kind of watch and adjust, and it's very expensive for ammunition until you get it down perfectly. But you still have to, on some level, search, because you don't quite know, because there's no physical feedback. You don't know where the plane is going, up or down. Up, down, left, or right. The only way you can really tell that is by the tracers, effectively. So you still need to search. But you've got so much ammo that searching is a possibility. You can do that. One-click effective range. Effectively, I'd say about 1.1. 1.2, 1.3 is a little touchy if you aim just slightly above the aircraft. So, yep, too high. No one would do that. I waited, I was looking at the chat, but no one would fight you like that. They may, like, be, you know, at about, like, 1 to 2, you know, like, about 1.5 kilometers, and then decide to pull into a head-on, but no one would pass you like that. Hey! See? Again, that's just like, that's enough lead. Click, dead. My instincts aren't entirely precise, but sometimes they're just not going to be out of the box. You need to learn. Sometimes you have to learn new instincts. And I guarantee you, if I click somebody at like 1.1, 1.2 kilometers, I was like closer to 3, I think. I opened fire at like 1.4, I think? 1.43? you know, 1413. I guarantee you no one would be expecting to die at that range. That'd be real funny if I did that in a real match. Don't ever turn like this. Again, unless you have the lowest possible... Like, you have no other choice and you're winning a stall fight. Don't turn like that. Is that too low or too high? Okay, no, that's too low. Because I'm trying to see, am I shooting under him or over him? It's hard, really hard to see. Maybe I will have to just shoot at people and like shoot at the training targets and really take recordings and look at where the shots are going. Maybe I will just have to do that at the end of the day and understand, okay, am I shooting under him or over him? What's going on here? I'm willing to suspect, because I've encountered it, that the convergence in vertical, with the vertical convergence on, that, it might be fucking with things at certain angles at certain ranges. Because it might be more pronounced at certain angles. He's dead. Yep. That didn't take too many rounds at all, but everyone wants to say, like, oh, I'm only going to expend that many rounds to go kill the guy. But then you're not really learning as much. You stay in a bubble, too afraid to get out of it, and really see what's, like, physically possible with the airframe or the guns. And frankly, sitting here shooting the Chaika over and over again is a far less frustrating way to play War Thunder, because my god, this game can be awful. Okay, that was too low, or... but I killed him. But exactly as we are doing right now, listening to music, shooting the training Chaika over and over again at different angles and different areas, different approaches, this is what I've been doing all week. See? That, I didn't know where the point of aim was, so I'm like, alright, I'm gonna just yaw this all the way out and put a fucking line across the screen. Let's see if they hit, and they didn't. Turns out the magic number was about 900 there. Somewhere around 901 kilometer there. I was on, but if I hadn't fired enough, I wouldn't have got him. But the fucker's still dead. And you have enough ammo to do that. Hey, 1942. Interesting year. That's too high because I'm low. Gotta aim down. Nope. Yep, there we go. I was almost onto the fuselage. They're kind of dancing around him. This is where you have to watch the tracers. It's very, because if you're not on level, if you're moving around a little bit, it's gonna fuck it. So you have to watch the tracers, and that's why using the tracers is deathly important for learning this plane. Because you wouldn't be able to tell that without tracers. Because you wouldn't be able to tell, the only thing you'd be able to tell is you're missing him, but by how much? That's the range you need tracers at. You won't be able to tell how off you are, just that you're off, and you won't learn. So, my advice is take the tracer belt and stick with the tracer belt. The universal belt also has tracers in it, but I haven't played with it. Maybe the AP rounds would be better at killing people, but the tracers are incendiary fragmentation. They're basically almost high explosive, so why would you want to not have that? Yep. It was too low, but it started to scratch the underside of the fuselage at about 800. Okay, into the wing spar at about 6. If I aimed slightly more down, I probably would have got it, because you have to wait. The rounds will decelerate, so you have to wait for them to hang in air on the target. I'm not sure exactly where they start decelerating, but you can tell. on 7. 7.5, 7.6. Again, draw a line in the sand and send it out. I'm playing fucking Okami. Ink brush, whack, dead. I'm playing a goddamn DS game. I'm drawing pictures and killing people. As you can see, the plane is now overheating. That's after like what? Like 30 minutes? It also helps to get stable shots like this, too. So, it helps to be comfortable at all ranges. So, as you can see, at 500, it's still dead on. But you know how we fix the overheating plane? We just restart the mission. Fuck it, give me a new plane. I'm gonna need to know whatever API this is. Right, it's WTRTI. So WTRTI. And you don't put it in your War Thunder installation folder. You just kind of put it on your desktop, and it knows to latch onto the game when it's active. And again, it's not bannable, so you can use this in a public match. So I'm probably going to be using this interface here to help with my horrible tunneling. Nope. Nope, nope, not enough now. Need more. There we go. Sometimes you need to search, but I was right there at about 1.1, but it wasn't enough to kill him. In a real match, though, if you just hit the guy, you might break something really important, and you might make him defenseless, even if it doesn't kill him. See that nice gentle turn? I'm only decelerating kind of slightly. I'm still gaining a tremendous amount of altitude. The nose is fucking level, and I'm just like, hey, I'm back up at 4,000 feet, whatever. You're gonna want to maneuver like that if you can. But of course, depending on the situation, you might not be able to do that. However, that wasn't killing the guy smoothly, but if you can kill the guy smoothly without having to turn, you don't need to fucking turn. Yeah, just casually put it in there. We're accelerating at decelerating at 1.5 meters a second. We're maintaining a 22-degree climb, and we didn't lose too much speed, and we're back up at 4,000 feet's about right about now. We lost a lot of speed because of how long the maneuver took, but we might be able to get that. Again, that's going to be feeling. That's another fucking feeling thing, and it's only going to be really practical once we understand what a real match feels like. That's off. So I started wrong, I couldn't find it, all wrong. Sometimes you need a reset, though. Yet again, in training, you just go back round again, nobody gets hurt. And you have a less frustrating time playing this game. Overall, playing War Thunder is still frustrating, but doing this to learn a plane, it's rather calming and relaxing because you're just shooting a training check over and over again. This part's actually fine, it's just that unfortunately, most of the time, you wouldn't watch someone do this. However, I don't think well, some people are, but I don't think a whole lot of people really go in depth and really teach you how to use this plane effectively in a War Thunder match in all the ways you possibly could. So maybe there's a niche for being incredibly autistic but practical, a certain balance. But I know there's already like 15 people that claim to do that. So, oh well. Nope, too far. Yep, there's a wing. Nope. Hands are getting sweaty. But yeah, I'm gonna have to actually play with my sensitivity to actually really get comfortable here, because I never really got this autistic, but it does matter like that. So and especially in a plane that's very delicate like this, you don't want to turn more than you have to or move around more than you have to. So that means that you have to kind of amp the sensitivity up, or you have to have like a large mouse pad, or, you know, a very accurate mouse, things like that. That's where those things start to come into play. Me, I'm just a bonehead. Mostly because I don't play competitive shooters all that much. Mostly what I was doing was playing story-based first-person shooters, and they haven't made a good one of those in a fucking years, man. Probably reload the guns. I wish there was a way to force that. I think there actually is a key for that, but I haven't figured out. Haven't thought to fix that. But this is where I'm a bonehead. I'm pretty sure I think there is an arcade control to actually fix that, to actually force the guns to reload. Whee! Pretty pictures. I need to find the proper lead, though, so we can't be drawing pretty pictures, but that's how much ammo you have. Yeah, sure, that was 500 rounds to kill a guy, but that's okay. The guy's dead. Most people don't get more than 2 fucking kills in your average War Thunder game. Do you want to be better than that? Yes, but there's a lot of things that has to happen. In addition to just you being super duper good at killing anyone who comes near you. You're not always going to be able to get those ridiculous games. That's why people clip them and they rush around and show them. You need to be good with your plane first before you start, you know, hopping around like that. Okay, let's try from the other side, I think. Mix it up. Again, this is the only thing you can really do with the Shika. You can get a lot out of it in terms of, like, learning certain angles of attack, but you kind of have to... It's kind of like playing pretend with a fucking cardboard box here. You're in the imagination box here, and you kind of have to work with it on your own. The force reload. Yeah, I know there's a key for it. I guess I was just too lazy to actually go and look for that. That's not a turn you want to be doing in a real game, but let's pretend we're coming in at this angle. Too high. Okay, where is it? That's 600. Way off. Hang on here. Let's figure out that key. Reload guns. Yeah, it's not bound to anything. All right, so delete. Okay, no. Okay. End. I'm not using fuel dumping, so there you go. And it's not going to conflict with anything either. This thing does not have fuel dumping. End. No like, only like 4 jets have fuel dumping. And none of them are really the ones you want to do that anyway. Okay, so... I drifted off target. Total fail, but they drifted off target because I was moving around weird. Okay, we want to go to 27. I think this thing's element is going to be diving attacks. I'm not quite sure how we're going to be fighting people horizontally because she's kind of terrible at that. Because you don't really want to turn, but maybe that surfing action might be better at that? Again, I have not seen anybody talk about the surfing at all, which leads me to believe one of two things are possible. A, they didn't look at the plane long enough to figure out how it works. Or B, Gaijin told everyone, shut up, it's a bug. Because it doesn't seem to happen under full real controls, it's just the instructor with mousing. So I don't quite know what's going on there, but it might actually be a bug. We'll see by release. It'd be really funny if it kept it there, because it's a very interesting quality for an aircraft to have, and I've learned how to use it potentially as an offensive and defensive maneuver, so we'll see. She's also missing about 300 horsepower, apparently. So we'll see if she gets any adjustments when she comes out tomorrow morning. Okay, mix it up again. That's still very bad. But I guess I'm a little drained now. I've been sitting here talking about wild statistics and bullshit like that for an hour, for 2.5 hours. I'm an old man. I've also drank all my coffee, and I had a monster beforehand, so unfortunately, I'm crashing. I haven't been feeling terribly energetic these days anyway, but, well, streaming's taught me how to do that even if I feel kind of terrible. But unfortunately, it doesn't make you terribly precise as a person when you do that, so I try not to. Nope. All misses. So again, that angle I'm really bad at, and we're gonna have to practice it, so I think I'm gonna... Like, that approaching angle from, like, you know, off-center front, that's where I have the most problems, I think. That's where I'm just totally trash. I can do funny things at other angles, but that one I'm just really unreliable at. Again, most people would head on you if they get close enough, though, so we'll see. And if I get good enough with the guns and I zap somebody before they can get their guns on me in a head-on, I win the head-on. I don't have to turn. Head-on's a coin toss, and if you win the coin toss, you win the fucking coin toss. Okay, better. This is why I only drink tea and gamer subs. The crash is barely noticeable. Everybody and their mother has a fucking gamer subscribe, yo. You know, plug, I suppose? Not sure which word I'm looking for right now, but sponsorship. Too much, but clipped him. Oh, there's an option for G-load. Yes, there is. There's an option for other things. You know what So you can see in the form of percent how close you are to having to pay more money. Right! I hadn't thought about it like that, but yes. Yes, you can see exactly where the line is for you needing to pay more money. And hopefully avoid it. I hadn't thought about using it like that, but yes. I was using it to study things, so I was trying to figure out why the fuck she was, like... Why the fuck the Flapjack was climbing. I thought it was related to G-force. It's not. The one thing that isn't in there is I kind of want, like, the ability to like, tack on how many rounds I have remaining onto the center block at the center of the screen. So have, like, how many rounds I have right above my airspeed, like, at the bottom center of the screen, so I don't have to look up to the left to see how many, and see what I have. That would be nice. But there's no option for that. It's only internal performance. It's a very nifty tool, and Sharklet told me about it a long-ass time ago, and I never really thought to use it. Now, as I become incredibly autistic with this plane, I find that it's very useful, and I'm going to keep it around. Especially if I want to play any other prop planes. If I feel like I have a moment, I might turn around and grab a Spitfire Mark 9 or a Yak 3U and learn how to get that thing to go as fast as it can. Which would be really fucking threatening, because those things are ridiculous. Okay, so we're coming in slightly from right towards center here. We're at about... Well, that's too much. So you see we're drifting. That should be about the range to hit him, though. Yep. Again, we just pissed on him. So that was enough to break something important in the aircraft, but as you saw, there was going a little bit higher, and the shot spread, even though the funnel of death was on him, the rounds weren't doing a lot. I'm trying to figure out which values I really need. Well, Martin, I can help you afterwards, but you just kind of look at what you really want. Like, say, specific excess power isn't really necessary until you're learning, like, what the best climb rates off the deck are. And then you just have rate of climb. I don't think I need it here, but I need it to understand when she's doing the surfing thing. Like, how much I'm getting out of the surfing. It's nice to know. So it really is just what's important in your plane. And honestly, you kind of just play test battle and you figure out what you really need and what you don't. Nope. See, I'm terrible at that angle. I've really got to work on that. All things in time, though. Okay, so that was... I was aiming over here. You needed more lead. So I hit his... I hit the top left wing. I was aiming to the right, so if I wanted to hit the fuselage, I needed to pull more lead there. I might have to just kind of play with the sensitivity a little bit, just up and down, and see, how that works. So hang on here. It's in common, it's aim sensitivity, so let's jack that up to about 13. Again, just a little bit more. And these are things that I'm just going to have to sit there and play with over hundreds of fights and hours of, gunnery testing and whatnot to really get down. It takes a while to do this. And unfortunately, even though I mock the YouTubers and shills that have their exclusive videos, I know that it's not practical for someone to sit here doing this to make content at the rate you need to make content these days in order to stay up and up in the search results and, keep the algorithms happy, because it's not even really your audience anymore. It's the fucking calculator. Nope, completely off, going too far up. Okay, that's underneath him. Those are going underneath him when I do that. So yeah, maybe I'm undershotting the target in a turn, and that's very weird, and I need to actually, need to account for that. So even if it looks like the shots are on target, from my perception, they may be going underneath the target. Too high. Yeah, really got to work on this angle. Nope. I'm looking for the pink mist there. I'm looking for the point of impact out there at 1.2 kilometers, because it'd be very good to be able to do that. And I know I can. Do I? Yep. Needed to be a bit lower there, so aim a little lower, and then, you know, as I pull in the lead. Odd that weapon-related stuff isn't available. Yeah, I know, but it's clearly done for, like, the aircraft performance and, like, internal diagnostic, and not for, like, as, like, a HUD element. Like, it's not... It appears to be entirely for examining, like, values within the aircraft itself and not being used as, like, an assistant for you, even though it says assistant. But it's not like a HUD mod or something like that that makes you better at playing the game. It's not for that. Hey, there we go. Sometimes the rounds are just hanging right, and you know they're gonna go in like that. But you'll get more kills like that, and who knows, if any women are watching you play War Thunder, they may get funny feelings in their pants by watching you kill someone with 50 cals at over a kilometer away. You might get somewhere. That's just Giga Chad things. This is things that happen when you get good. Asterisk, may not actually happen. This is not financial advice. Also, hey, freefall. Right, I was trying to remember exactly what track this was, and hey, no, this is space. In my funny sci-fi plane. Funny, Dad. Nothing said on Fontamin or Fontamin-branded streams may be construed as financial advice, yes. I am not a financial expert. I'm just some guy who plays video games. High. That might be too fast. Well, that's not fast enough now. You see, it's all weird. Up, down. As long as you kill the guy, it's fine, and you have enough ammo to make a messy kill like that, and you should learn. Next stonk stream when? Well, you know, they may be construed as financial advice if they're for a simulated Japanese economy. It's paper trading. It's all made up. We're just playing with Monopoly money. Hey! I find it's helpful that once you get the hit, you kind of know where you are, and so you keep firing in just slightly and you'll get it. But that, you see, if somebody else, if that was a real player in a real War Thunder match, they'd probably look at me and go, "What the fuck?" And it would be incredibly funny. It also mean that I don't have to fucking turn, and sometimes you're just on. Everything said by Fontamin on Fontamin streams is genuine and authentic gaming advice. Get good, scrub. Yes, Giga Chad face. Fucking granite, glorious Mount Rushmore chin. Get good. Okay, let's try our long-range accuracy here. Because I know, like, you might be able to aim above it and get, like, 1/6, but I don't think you would. And you see the stream is over to the left too much. But we're on target, and we're gonna aim down a little bit. Yeah, you see, they're not dense enough to kill people. And you saw there, like, if you look really closely, the end of the stream was slightly right of the target. That you really can't control that, so you have to account for it. Sad as that is, you have to account for it. So yeah, I would say, like, if you're shooting at a bomber, maybe go for that, but if you're shooting at a fighter, no more than 1.3, and I think the accuracy at 1.3 is just above the fuselage. Pretend you're aiming at the cockpit. I'm high enough, but... Okay, so, if we just... Yeah? Like, we keep the climb rate while we're doing that. But, you know, obviously it descends. You know, it comes down as we complete the move. That's the thing, you need a constant maneuver to keep the wave action up. Like, because if you just do this... Like, it's like... a boost and then just stop, you'll as the aircraft recenters, you'll just stop. You'll stop going up. So you need the constant maneuver through the turn. Needs a very steady hand to do that. Then again, you might also not have enough time to do it as well. But as I said, long-range accuracy. Okay, we want to get you out to about 1-3. About there. Right. We're floating around a little bit, so it's going to be a little inaccurate, but... See, that's too low. Yeah, so we'd be able to hit that about there. Maybe not. That'd be about where I'm aiming if it's 4. It's about 5 up there. It's the top of the name tag and the bottom of the fucking... You see there, about 4. So about 3, we want to aim, like, at the diamond. About there. Ding. These are the only reference points you have, and if the guy's flying straight, it's important that you know that you have them. So, like, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, you're shooting at that tiny little diamond above them. Like, in between their name tag and the square that shows you where they are, or rather, just, you know, the target square. Or the focus square, whatever the hell you want to call it. So you're shooting, like, at 1.2, 1.3 kilometers, you're shooting at just the top of it right there. But keep in mind that there's also wind and the plane is buffeting, you do see that the plane is moving around, right? My hand's off the mouse, so you see the crosshairs moving around left and right, and that's wind in the game. So she'll every plane will passively move around like that. So you're gonna have to account for that too, especially if you're being a sniper. It's kind of like crosshair sway in a really bad arcade game when you have a sniper rifle. Press shift to hold your breath, except you can't do that in here. No, that's too far up, even if it was able to hit him. Nope. Again, that particular angle is awful. I'm gonna have to work on that, but most people will try and head on me. That's gremlins and vibration from poorly tuned engines, son. That too, as well, but there's also wind and buffeting and turbulence. Okay, so yeah. Wanted to hit him, we want to hit him about there, yep. But as you see, I'm hitting, but I'm not killing, even if I'm hitting repeatedly. And the piss stream is all the way to hell over there, and it's not going to kill anybody over there. But you see, the rounds are falling onto his fuselage, but they're not hurting him. That's enough to get a kill, though. Yep, plane's too hot. All right, give me another one. 5 kills and an assist that I have no clue about. It just gave it to you because you felt alright. You feel like it's making you play better? Because, yo, if I have just assisted, if I have cybernetically augmented the Buffalo Ace, that's an accomplishment, don't you think? Someone learned something this stream. It was Martin! I helped my friend be better at the stupid plane game. Wow! Alright, so. Yep, there we go. See, you can get those kills. It's gonna be kind of adventurous for you to get them, but you can get those kills, and if you figure out how to, you're gonna be very, very scary. Then it doesn't matter what fucking plane you're flying. You just look at someone and they die. Look at it and see what will assist me. Right, okay. And I'll say, it helped me, so yeah, power to you. This is a very particular aircraft, but I would sit there with, like, the Buffalo and just kind of watch the graphs and figure out exactly how to get the best, you know, off-the-deck performance out of her and what she does. Best climb rate, you know, where does her speed, like, where does her, because she doesn't have a supercharger, where's the best altitude to level off at? How much speed does she regain, you know, at high altitude, stuff like that. That's a lot of sitting and looking at graphs. Nope, completely off. Odd enough to kill, though. I have a feeling I'm going to be doing that a lot in this plane because I'm going to drop altitude below people. But we're going to see how we fare in a real match with how I manage energy and whatnot. I suppose it's going to be a fucking disaster, but you know what? We might be able to have an edge on people if we, you know, from what I've done. Or at least be relatively competent. I know the people that go up to the ceiling are going to be a problem, but, you know, hopefully we play so well. Like, I go into the kill ball and I instantly kill everyone before half my team dies. And so, the guy up on the ceiling now has to fight 7 people. Which, he may not be able to win. So, you're basically rendering him strategically invalid, even if he succeeded in outclimbing you. So that might be something to look for. Or something that we could attempt to do, depending on the situation. However, we can't control our teammates, and we can't control the enemies, so it's all gonna be all over the fucking place. But those are the fights that we can win, because we won't be able to outclimb somebody who can just outclimb better, you know, climb better than us. A little bit more. So I'm basically aiming the end of the the end of the tracer stream at him. It's basically like learning how to aim your piss, basically. That's really it. Alright. azure skies, on the white plains where freedom and justice prevail. With courage and strength we'll fight to the end for liberty in our land. Thank you, Ace Combat 4. Maybe that's why Sharklet is so good at shooting people from that far away. She always talks about piss. She's an expert. Yeah, okay, that was too much lead, it looks like, because I hit him at 4, so maybe too much. Piss strats, never beaten. Never beaten. You want to win? Piss on your enemy. Evidently the winning strategy. Hey, off the wing. Now if you do that and you snapshot people, you're gonna have a whole lot less fucking problems in a game of War Thunder. And so, even though we're playing a very particular plane right now, I implore you, if you want to fly a plane well, learn to shoot the guns well first. Because that's the silly game that War Thunder is. Because you could learn a whole lot about air combat, maneuvers, and whatnot, but if you just shoot the man dead on the first pass, you don't have to get into any of that shit. And that will dramatically change how matches in War Thunder go. Are you still gonna have to learn a thing or two about aircraft? Yes, you will. But if you just kill somebody the moment you lay eyes on them, you have a lot less problems. And then if you're so proficient at it that you like affect the balance of people in the game, then the enemy is gonna be at a disadvantage in terms of raw numbers, and most of the time in War Thunder, that's what wins and loses games. How many people die on which team the fastest? That's what really decides most games of War Thunder. So if you become so proficient at killing people that you very quickly give your team the numbers advantage, if the enemy plays into you, of course, then you're gonna win more games of War Thunder just by the fact that there aren't enough enemies around to fight your teammates. Let alone you. Am I gonna be that dominant in this plane? I have no idea, but it would be very funny. Again, I will take the title of Flapjack Ace. Nope. 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 But I ain't gonna win it with fucking aim like that, so that's why we gotta keep working on it. Okay. See, that's losing a little bit too much energy, but we're turning. So I want to keep that number, that acceleration down as low as possible, or the deceleration. So again, but that means that I have to take the turns more gentle, but I may not be able to take them because I need to, you know, turn around very fast to deal with multiple people trying to kill me. So again, that's just shit we're going to have to learn tomorrow. Hits. Yeah, you've got that yank at close range, and you can get that, but it's very costly for you to do that. But again, if you get the kill and there's nobody else there, it don't fucking matter. If that's the last guy on the enemy team and you yank and you kill him like that, it don't fucking matter. Oh, but you bled a bunch of energy. It don't fucking matter. The game's over. How much ammo I've got in my plane, how much fuel, how damaged it is, how much energy I've got, it don't fucking matter. $800. You are the pancake. How quick can you take a turn? It's odd because, well, about that fast, but look at all that fucking energy we're bleeding. She starts a turn very well, but like a Delta Wing aircraft, she slows down quite dramatically once you get halfway through it. And if you're going incredibly fast, say you're like diving, like we need to get up higher, obviously, but say you're diving and you're close to like your rip speed of like 400, so you're like 380, like 380 knots. So let's just take it up there so I have enough speed to show you this. You can get that really fucking sick high AOA high-speed turn, kind of like a Mustang. Like, you know, Mustang with speed, turn, very fast, like one really good, almost a 0 turn rate. But that's all you got. But at lower speeds, like if you do that, I haven't really experimented with that turn, because I've been trying to avoid doing shit like that, and learning how she can do that without turning as hard as she can. But if you really needed to, I'll put this down, and we're gonna wait until we get to about 360, 370, which I don't think we're gonna actually hit, but right about there. So, G-lock. You see, we hit a rock there, and I think that was losing control, or G-lock. But so I bled basically all of my energy, and now I'm fucking useless. You might need to do that if you can get a kill, but again, that puts you in a spot. That's about as well as you're gonna turn. So if you're doing boom and zoom, and like you got a guy who's alone, and you're not under threat from anybody, like he's the last guy on the enemy team, and you drop down and you have to turn that hard to catch his ass, and you kill him, it was worth it. In the middle of a fight with multiple people, no, do not do that. That's the stupid game that War Thunder is. If you get the kill, not a whole lot matters after that. And if the game is over after that, almost nothing fucking matters. But so what I'm trying to do is that surfing maneuver, that if you do it right, you maintain energy and turn around, but it's not dramatically fast. So I'm not exactly sure how practical it is, but we're gonna have to test it. You also set up a guy for your team. They are also a weapon. Yes, you could do that. You could get someone to fight you and stall fight them, and even if you're not in a position to kill them, you might set them up to be killed by someone else. Okay, so actually, no. Remember the procedure here. Stabilize. We want to pitch up first, and then go up and over. Boost that climb rate as high as possible, and then we want to get down and accelerate as fast as we possibly can. Again, it's a very odd maneuver, but yeah, no, I'm about where I was before at about the same speed. Yeah, no, I'm slightly lower, obviously, but I saved energy doing that. Was that the most elegant way of doing that maneuver? No, but that's going to be a feeling thing I'm going to have to work on. But you can turn like that, and you can preserve a lot of energy doing so. Am I going to have the time to turn like that, though? That's the question we're going to need to answer tomorrow. Is that going to be practical in a real match situation? Or practical enough of the time to really matter? We'll see. You're a cast iron pan, you cannot do elegant. I beg to differ. She's a very elegant surfboard. Or she can be. Okay, that was too much lead over to the left to hit at long range, but you could. You see, you can't really do head-ons with the AI like that. You need a real, live, stupid person in order to do that. he's turning away. Hey! It's just kind of just a little bit. Yeah, it's about enough. Let's try it. Dead. Again, if that was a player, he would be shocked and incredibly mad. And shit like that, and they just win you the game. Dang. See, I barely turned it all, and maybe that was like 2 kills. Like, that guy was going after like a bomber, dead at like 1.1 kilometers. Turned around. This guy's shooting at like, I don't know, an IL-10 at this BR. He's going down right, dead. That shit will win you games. So we're going about, we established this about this far, around here for like 1-3. I'm slightly closer behind him though, so shallower angle, so I may need less than that. So, okay, those are on. Oh, he's turning. Which, oh, he's been spooked. Hey, trying to be a real player, huh? It helped him, though. Son of a bitch. Showcasing some intelligence, huh, there? I'm not perfect, but you know what? I get it sometimes. And if I keep going towards it, I'll just get better and better. There we go. Again, I think the guy would be panicking if I started to hit him, but again, you know, you walk it in and then you kind of just try to find where you are. And eventually this will become like second nature. You will have the interface over your head, in your mind's eye, and you will know, yeah, this much lead to kill the guy. You are gonna need to meditate for many moons, though, before they let you see the Dalai Lama. Many moons you will have to meditate before you can get good. Okay, that looks like a head-on, actually. Or at least as close as you're gonna get to one. Okay, so let's try... Yeah, that was like, what, 8? That's a little odd. Too far. Right. But I know if I'm too far, I just keep the burst going and I'll eventually fly into it. But I need to put in less lead in some cases. Counterintuitive, less lead to hit a guy at a longer range. There, I'm just following the tracers. And I don't know where the fuck he is now. Oh, there we go. People are going to be rapidly descending and moving like that, though, and that's going to make shit real odd. Because my guns are pointed up, and that's probably what's fucking with me there. But I'm getting the most consistent accuracy everywhere else, so I'll just have to learn to compensate for that one specific instance. Rapidly descending targets. Ah! Wing! 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 You see now, because I was slightly above the target there and it was fucking with me. I had to compensate down for that one, but again, I'm most consistent here, so that's probably worth it. Just, you gotta be mindful of where the guns are, and you get used to them, you know where you can account for it. Come on, where is it? Lower, lower, lower. There it is. Now it's ahead of him. Nope, still behind him. Yeah, so it seems like at like 600, that stream starts to, like, it starts to bend somewhere around like 600 meters, it looks like. Okay, good. Now I want that fucking 12 to 13 kilometer shot. Or 1.2, 1.3, you know what I mean. I want that shot, but where the fuck is that pixel? Guns aren't reloaded. At what point do they pop into power-ups and give you 8 high-velocity 40 bills? That would be funny. Eh? Good. Okay, so does this affect, because I'm going upward slightly, does this affect anything? Who followed? I've got the interface shoved over in the corner, so I couldn't see that, but thank you for following, whoever that was. Oh. Not enough rounds. There we go. That's lethal. But as you can see there, it becomes chancy to actually damage them enough to get a kill. You're welcome, sir. Alishka? Right? Am I saying this correctly? But welcome. We're flapjacking. Close the door. Sorry, because I have the Streamlabs interface over in the corner, but it's so small right now I can't read anything on it, so oops. It's Alishka from Iran. Okay, welcome. But yeah, we're just sitting here playing the Flapjack and learning gunnery the best we can until the plane is actually released to the public tomorrow. Ooh. Yeah, a little ugly. I will start to stream tomorrow. Well, good luck. You're gonna need it. Trust me. I've been here for 10 years. You're gonna need it. Not here on Kick, but, you know, on Twitch and also YouTubing. I started in 2016. You're gonna need it. Where the fuck is it at that range? Ah, you son of a bitch. I'm still trying to find that 1.2, 1.3 kilometer range. I know it's there. We had a burst of that Ace Combat 2 OST. I want to go back. Yeah, the arcade music back there. Nope, I fucked it up again. Yeah, nah, up and down. I'm not sure if I'm overshooting or undershooting the target, but they're on, but they don't seem to have enough lead either. Reload the guns and do it again. Too far away. So maybe it's a little lead? I don't know. Because I could hit it, but... Okay. I wasn't pulling enough. At least at close range, but okay, right. Again, I know it's out there. We've hit it. I've hit it. I don't think I'm gonna get a pilot snipe at 1.5 kilometers like I did while I was fucking around off screen, but I know what's out there. There we go. That's where the hang time starts to affect how the bullets are flying, but hey, we fucking go. Unfortunately, can't blame the plane for skill issues. Yes, get good. Though it is doing a lot of very adverse, weird shit you have to understand. But yes, it's still you. Okay, there we go. That was his tail, and then the wing. Oh. There we go. You see, we'd have to follow people like that, but the plane's kind of bad at it. Like, or I'm bad at it, because that's gonna be like more like a real target than this guy. But okay, plane hot, restart. Go plane! It takes you like 20 minutes to overheat the engines on this thing, but new plane! Got, 90s MIDI flutes. And MIDI guitar, it sounds like, honestly, too. MIDI. That's fucking probably Ace Combat 1, actually. Yes. MIDI pan flutes and MIDI guitars. It's like I'm back in the jungles of Vietnam on my PS1. Nope. Nope. It's like looking for a prize here. Nope, not enough lead. Well, that was enough to clip it. Right, so it wasn't enough lead the entire way. Okay. Again, that's pretty good. We want better, though. That's good for an average War Thunder player, but we want fucking better, though. We can get better. Again, is this Ace Combat or fucking Ikaruga? What the hell's going on here with the soundtrack? Hello, Air Combat. Okay, you see, that's going up while I'm trying to aim down. Okay, 800, right, okay. Swear to God, I should put all your base just hidden in here as like a jump scare. Zig, 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 zig. Hey! For great justice, take off every zig. Yeah, this one just sounds like this, like battle music for like a PS1 Japanese RPG. Okay, that's too far away to hit. And I can't remember, but Sharklet also told me that bullets disappear after a certain distance, so they don't fucking matter. Even though War Thunder will have you believe that it has accurate ballistics all the way to the ground, it does not. I don't remember what that distance was, though. See, I'm hitting his wing. Do I? That's good enough, all right. See, there's little, like, there's tiny little adjustments that you have to make even when you're shooting at someone that far. So that's why you've got to watch the tracers and you have to, like, laser hawk eye across the, you know, across time and space to actually fucking see where the shots are going. Any day now, sir. Alright, there we go. Where's the pixel, Mansley? Where is it? I want to know where the pixel is! A big shift, but it's still MIDI chorus. I think it's Ace Combat 4, though. I might be mistaken, though. I'm not sure. That sounds like Ace Combat 4. Okay, so what if we, like... He just flew through it. He just flew through the solid beam there. I was not on at all. I'm gonna figure it out, though. Because I notice I'm doing something when I'm trying to shoot for those long ranges. I'm trying to, again, compensate for the climb rate and, you know, the rising of the plane when it yaws. But what happens if I just stop doing that? No, that went past it. Okay, so maybe that was just too much lead to begin with. Maybe I should look at him and then draw a line across the screen. Right? Maybe that's what I should do. Like, look at him and then start firing wherever he is and then just yank the aircraft, you know, on deflection. And the aircraft will elevate for me as I do that, and maybe then I can hit him like that? I don't know. Okay, so we want to do... That clipped a wing off. It didn't give me a hit marker, but I saw it fall off the plane. Hey, wait a sec. Wait a second. Hold on here. There's Ace Combat 3 again. Okay, so I had to hold the phone here. Okay, so if we look at him and then just start firing and then go... No. But you can see how it kind of forms a curtain. Okay, I think I need more speed and I need to set up this attack more, but interesting. I hadn't thought about going that fucking adventurous with it, but that might actually help because it rises when you turn. So if you just account for that and saying, like, okay, I'm looking at him, and then I just kind of draw a line across the fucking sky, and, you know, the plane elevates for you through that maneuver, and so if you're off a little bit, or maybe, like, as it crosses up and down the target, it'll find it, if it's there. Like, kind of like... No, it's too high. Still too high. Low. Too low. That's very particular. That one, that looks like there was a round headed towards him, but maybe the, Mate, you gotta do it slower. Right. You have to do it slower because the shots aren't dense enough. It's the same problem at long range, but at shorter ranges because you're spreading out the bullet. The cyclic rate of the 50s isn't fast enough to keep the density of fire at a level where it's lethal. Right! You gotta do it slower! If they were M3s, maybe you could do it as fast as I'm doing it, but what if the problem is I'm doing it too fast? I'm spreading the bullets out, and even though they're all online, they're not hitting. Because there's not enough of them. That was just off lead. I wish I could color tracers at certain ranges. Like, they'd change color if they were a certain distance away from me. That would be very nice. That'd be very interesting for learning how to do this, but how to shoot a gun properly, but they wouldn't... War Thunder wouldn't have any way of doing that. Like, as a tracer gets further away from you, it starts to change a color. Yeah, I knew he was going about there. I hit him, but it wasn't a big enough burst of shots to kill, so you have to do it slower. So if you start whipping the guns around too violently, you're going to spread the bullets out enough to where they're not lethal. So you have to very slowly apply more lead. So we gotta be up, like, up here. Yeah, as I start to slide behind him, the fire becomes ineffective, but you can hit people like that. That was a tremendous waste of ammo, but you could do that. But as you saw, like, the tail, where the tracers start to fade out, has to be at the target at that range. I took out his engine, though, it looks like. And that might be lethal enough to get a kill. I had to waste all my fucking ammo to do it, but that might be good enough in a match. Hey, last guy on the team is faster than me, and he's running away. Okay, I did this shit, and I hit him, and his engine's now knocked out, so he's basically useless now. He might just J the fuck out. So yeah, maybe that's, again, I learn things every time I sit here and do this for hours. So maybe my problem with hitting the target isn't elevation or correct lead, or not necessarily. Maybe it's I'm applying too much lead too quickly and, like, moving the whip of bullets around too fast. The stream of piss is separating into droplets as it, whips around. And that's not good. That's better, but you start to see, like, so you kind of know that the ending trail of the tracers is like 1.5, 1.4 kilometers. Hits, but no kill. I'm not gonna be able to yank that. See, there you can start to be a little bit more conscious, but you're moving around so much and you're yawing left and right, it's a lot to get used to, but if you do get used to it, oh dear God, you're fucking terrifying. Not enough lead. Not enough lead at all. At that point, I was almost stalling, so I couldn't put any more lead in. Yeah, down lower to the left. Weird. It depends on how you're moving, and we're not really going to be shooting like that, because I'm in a really bad spot if I start shooting at people like that. It's good to know where to aim the guns in all situations, though, so there's that. I have no speed. Please, sir, give me more speed. Did get a hit there. There's a fire. Or something fell off the aircraft, but I think his engine's out. Yeah, his engine's out. Yeah, so when you're doing that, and you have to watch the tracers. It's more the tracers than the crosshair. Like, when you're moving around like that, it's more the tracers than the crosshair, and the crosshair is only accurate if the target is level right in front of you for the most part. Otherwise, you're aiming the tracers, not the crosshair. Because the crosshair doesn't... The crosshair won't compensate for, you know, you dropping or elevating. I kind of want to know. Okay, so about there. Because that's like that's about 1.5 kilometers. So we want the target to fall over there. We kind of have to paint the target at the right angle and speed. Nope, we've already missed him. Nope. Above or below, couldn't tell. Nope. Again, I had that's my worst angle of attack. It's almost as bad as descending targets. So that we need to work on, but, well, it'll be tomorrow before we really get a chance to do anything, so... Ammo expensive, but can be done. See, that's the thing, with getting hits, we need to be able to kill the guy, too. And if the shots are being distributed at such a level that even if I hit the guy, there are not enough bullets hitting the plane to do anything. I hadn't considered that. That makes it really sketchy to shoot at incredibly long ranges. I mean, it was already sketchy to do that, but you've seen me. I can get a kill at like 1.1 to like 800 clicks, or 800 meters. 1.1, 1.2 kilometers. You've seen me do it. That was 7. That was lead for 7. Again, it's really hard to tell. I'm not quite sure what's wrong, but there's something wrong, and I'm not quite sure how to quantify it, but again, I'm just gonna have to sit here shooting hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammo to do that, or to figure it out. Yep, that's him aerodynamically out of the game at like 900. There goes all of my speed as I fail to surf correctly. Again, that's going to be something I'm going to have to learn too. But we don't even know if that's like viable yet. No. No, not too high. There's the hit. All right, good. I don't know where it was, but it hit, and I think I knocked out his engine, too. Like, over here. Yeah, there we go. So if I just, like, whip that, whip a, a stream of bullets at people and knock out their engine, that's a win. So if I do that during a live match, yeah, I don't care how much ammo that took. So, oh no, you wasted like 500 rounds. Yeah, his engine's dead. The guy's basically a non-factor. Yeah, I'll make that trade. Okay, sawed off his upper right wing. Again, about 800. That seems to be where we're about consistent. 7, 800. Where I'm consistent today. The other day was about 9. So I guess I was a little bit more on the ball last night. Up. It's just when the bullets start to hang. Like, they stay in the air a little bit. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to hit the target or not, but they have to hang there for a bit. And that's when they're at about that range of, like, that 1, 2, 1, 3 range. You can feel it. It's just when the bullets are out there and they're moving slow enough and they're hanging on the target for about maybe a second or two, that's when they hit. That'd be enough to secure a kill if I had to follow somebody down like that. All right. What is this save room music I'm hearing, Ace Combat soundtrack? No, they're out ahead of him. And that was enough to actually punch. Okay, good. And pilot snipe. Again, how people move in a real match is going to be different, but again, you have to find some kind of point of reference to apply to that. You'll be way more lethal. And plus, you'll be killing people at farther ranges than most of the YouTubers like to showcase gameplay for. I can tell you, there's probably going to be a lot of games where I run out of ammo tomorrow morning when I'm playing this, but I'm going to learn. Nope. Especially if I keep shooting like that. $2018 again, huh? There's that fucking number again. .450 cals, 650 cals. As you can see, well, it's kind of hard to see as the camera doesn't want to focus. 3 holes on each side. Solid American, just M2s. Yep, M2s with late war belts. It really, honestly, should have M3s because it's a plane from 1947, but okay. I'm not quite sure why the fuck they decided to do that, but okay. If it was gonna come into service with Korea, it was gonna have M3s. But of course, Gaijin being Gaijin, they can't really ever do anything right. Hell, the thing is apparently missing 600 horsepower. No, too low, but... See, they started to hang. They started to hang in the way that made it look like they were on target, but they weren't close enough to hit. That's what you're looking for. You want hanging on top of the target for a couple of seconds. Sometimes waiting for him to fall into it is easier, I guess. Yes, it is 76 or 78 years old. I guess, yeah, some of the horses escaped. Pile snipe. Oh, that's the engine cooking off. But I think we're done anyway. We'll give it one more time. The engines are probably gonna cook while I do this, though. Well, let's see if we can get that. End on a mediocre note. That's still a hit, but kind of a shitty one. Oh well. Actually, I think that was the end of stage music coming off of the soundtrack here. How about that? Actually, it was Mission Failure. Fuck you, Namco Bandai. I think it was Mission Failure for, like, Ace Combat 1. That didn't sound terribly bad, though, but oh well. Right, so, we've been here for 4 hours. It's almost 10 o'clock, and I think that's enough time to call it. So let's bring her in for a landing, and how do you land this thing, Fonto? Well, it's actually fairly simple, even if it looks a little intimidating. First off, flaring is incredibly fucking easy in this plane, and honestly, its stiff turn will probably bring you down far enough, but... So, and we can bring the gears out. That's actually probably the easiest way to slow down on a landing approach. I'm not joking. Okay, so what we want to do is obviously keep the nose up while we're coming in. And what we want to do, what we're really looking for, is we want to make sure the rear gear wheel is on the ground. If you don't do that, she'll flip. Because I guess there's braking force behind the rear wheel as well, keeping her, you know, slowing her down and keeping that force from, you know, transferring to the front of the aircraft as you slow down to, brake and flipping the aircraft over. So you want to make sure that rear wheel is on the ground before you start braking, and you won't flip over. You just hold the button down. Carrier landing? Oh, right! What am I doing? I can carry, of course we're gonna do that. We get to see the funny hook. Of course, what am I thinking? No, go back up. Even though we can't really carrier land in War Thunder because it's not really practical to do so, you can in this plane. It does have an arrestor hook, but it's in a very interesting, funny place. Excuse me as I flip my, as I unzip my fly here and expose my arresting hook. Which, arresting hook is kind of, that's an interesting nickname for a penis, I suppose. If you think about it. Now the carrier's over there. But yeah, that's one of the funnier things about this aircraft, is the fact that the arresting hook is actually, you can see it here, but it's not mounted underneath the plane, it's mounted on top of it. Which is bizarre, but it's designed for the Navy, so it would have to have that. I am proceeding to rebase. But you see, this is an extravagance that really isn't practical in War Thunder because War Thunder's game designers don't want it to be practical. They don't want to design a game where this is actually necessary and useful because they're just retarded in some cases. It's here, though. We can do it, but it's never really gonna matter. Who the fuck knows, though? Maybe it will for the Flapjack because it's such a weird, funny fucking aircraft. Who knows? Okay, so the carrier is turning. It should stabilize eventually, because the destroyer, I think, is the path it's taking, obviously, so it'll straighten out as it reaches that part of the turn. Okay, it's starting to turn again, it looks like. We're just gonna make landing on it a little strange. Yeah, there it is. Drifto! I'm not the only one floating through the air. Jesus Christ, I could make that probably. But I'd have to get really funny with this. Okay, so what we want to do is, again... I'm gonna slash into the water if I keep doing that, though. You want to get under 150 knots for the drop to gear. And any second now, I'm gonna have an unfortunate no-reason boner. Any second now. Ah, there it is. Sorry, ladies. Let me put my magnum arresting hook. Wow. I slid slightly over the rip speed. Oops. Yeah, good enough. Hey, I didn't break the other prop. I'm down. Yeah, you got another prop in there, right? That'll make a mishaps real, right? Mm-hmm. Good enough for government work. Yeah. Even though I'm slowly sliding into the island and I may try to eat the captain. You see, it has kind of a problem where you break one prop and it breaks both engines, as you can see. I'm not sure if that's intentional, though. Or maybe that's how the engines are set up, whereas, like, they're both driving a single screw that drives screws that, you know, turn to propellers. Because the engines are right here, obviously, and they drive really long rods all the way to the propellers to drive them. But let's try to do that a little bit more artfully, shall we? a little bit more stably. No, it's just because, not just because I want to pull my dick out again. And plus, this has such lovely low-speed maneuverability. So low, I actually skipped the carrier takeoff bonus, and I wasn't accelerated. Like, you're supposed to be kind of shot out like a catapult on a carrier, but it didn't actually apply there because I lifted off the deck so fast. Interesting! Yep, there it is. Yep, hanging out! Again, it just looks like a test aircraft with that sort of shit. Okay, watch the speed. Slow it down. Yeah, about there. Descended very, very rapidly, so we're gonna have to watch that. Okay, no, that's definitely not the ball, but okay, that looks stable. And... gentle. See? She's weird as fuck, but she can do it. Is that gonna matter in a regular War Thunder game? No! Though, I'm not exactly sure how you would grade a landing like this on an aircraft, a carrier with this many arresting wires. It's kinda got them all over the fucking deck. I was about middle of the arresting hook, so I'm not sure if that's as good as a 3-wire. But, you see, that's the thing. This is nice. I'd love to, I would love for War Thunder to be a game where I need to learn how to do this. But it refuses to be that game. So all we have is the funny, pancake planes and the novelties that we have in the normal matches, which we will see tomorrow morning. But so, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our stream for this evening. I will see you tomorrow morning when I get up to fly the silly pancake plane in actual matches. I'm just buying it, by the way. So, I didn't actually do the event. I'm just fucking buying it because I'm not doing the F-106 again. Though I do like this plane more than the F-106. I am just buying it. I'm not doing these silly ass events anymore. And it's premium too, so that actually works out. It's a 5.3 premium, so you're getting more money and XP by playing it, so it is effectively, I am buying a premium plane. So, that's it though. Right. You guys take care as well. I hope you enjoyed the show. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I will see you all tomorrow. Good night. How much is it? Yeah, it's about $40, but... or rather, $30, somewhere around there. Because it's... hold on. Because I know I'm going to have to buy the, $49 gold package in order to purchase it in one go. Or I could buy lower, but I'd have to spend more. So, it's about $30. So it's going to take, it has 6 tasks, right? So it has 6 tasks to get the plane, and it's 1,000 gold per task. So obviously you need 600 gold. But you'd be getting more, or actually you'd be paying slightly more if you bought 2 500s or 5,000s. So you buy the 10,000, just call it a day. And then buy the last task, obviously, get the funny camouflage, then maybe do something else with the gold, buy a day of premium. Or, a couple days of premium, maybe a month or something like that. So I'm going to be spending $50 tomorrow morning. But again, it's a premium. It's a very interesting plane. I think it's worth it if you just want to do that, and it's probably better than grinding the event because sweet mother of Christ, I do not want to do what we did with the F-106 again. No. So I will buy my silly pancake plane, and it's actually a premium, so it's actually better than the F-106. So I will make more money, and I will get more RP out of my lower tier premium vehicle that I will enjoy flying and I've been horrifically autistic at analyzing and learning how to play, and I will still yet learn more things. So I think it's actually just worth it to just buy it out, honestly. It's probably overpriced for being a premium plane in that regard, for being a low tier premium. You're paying almost as much as most jet premiums, but I think it's an interesting plane and I think it's worth it. Of course! That's only worth it in the relative sense of War Thunder, because they're forcing us to play ridiculous prices to keep the game running. Obviously for our silly planes, but I like the silly planes, so you know what? I think it's probably okay just this once, right? So, that's it though, ladies and gentlemen. See you all again tomorrow morning. Good night.